Chapter 5, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 5, The Inauguration. Beggar. Concerts, sir. We have musicians, too, among us. True, merry beggars, indeed, that, being within the reach of the lash for singing libellous songs at London, were fain to fly into one cover, and here they sing all our poets' ditties. They can sing anything, most tunably, sir, but psalms. What they may do hereafter, under a triple tree, is much expected, but they live very civilly and genteelly among us. Spring. But what is here? That solemn old fellow, that neither speaks of himself, or any for him. Beggar. Oh, sir, the rarest man of all. He is a prophet. See how he holds up his prognosticating nose. He is divining now. Spring. How? A prophet? Beggar. Yes, sir, a cunning man, and a fortune teller, a very ancient stroller all the world over, and has travelled with gipsies, and is a patrico. The Merry Beggars. In consequence of some few words which the sexton let fall in the presence of the attendants during breakfast, more perhaps by design than accident, it was speedily rumoured throughout the camp that the redoubted Richard Turpin was for the time its inmate. This intelligence produced some such sensation as is experienced by the inhabitants of a petty town on the sudden arrival of a prince of the blood, a commander-in-chief, or other illustrious and distinguished personage, whose fame has been vaunted abroad amongst his fellow men by rumour and her thousand tongues, and who, like our highwayman, has rendered himself sufficiently notorious to be an object of admiration and emulation amongst his contemporaries. All started up at the news. The upright man, the chief of the crew, arose from his chair, donned his gown of state, a very ancient brocade dressing gown, filched, most probably, from the wardrobe of some strolling player, grasped his baton of office, a stout oaken truncheon, and sallied forth. The ruffler, who found his representative in a very magnificently equipped and by no means ill-favoured knave, whose chin was decorated with a beard as lengthy and black as Sultan Mahmoud's, together with the dexterous hooker, issued forth from the hovel which they termed their boozing ken, eager to catch a glimpse of the prince of the high Tobyglokes. The limping Palliard tore the bandages from his mock wounds, shouldered his crutch, and trudged hastily after them. The whipjack unbuckled his strap, threw away his timber leg, and leapt exulting like the bounding roe. With such a sail in sight, he said, he must heave to like the rest. The Dummerar, whose tongue had been cut out by the Algerines, suddenly found the use of it, and made the welkin ring with his shouts. Wonderful were the miracles Dick's advent wrought. The lame suddenly became active, the blind saw, the dumb spoke, nay, if truth must be told, absolutely gave utterance to the most vernacular execrations. Morts, autumn morts, walking morts, dells, doxies, kinching morts, and their coes, with all the shades and grades of the canting crew, were assembled. There were, to use the words of Brome, stark, errant, downright beggars, ay, without equivocation, statute beggars, couchant and passant, gardant, rampant beggars, current and vagrant, stockant, whippant beggars. Each sunburnt varlet started from his shed. Each dusky dame with her brown half-naked urchins followed at his heels. Each ripe young maiden with the glossy eye lingered but to sleek her raven tresses, and to arrange her straw bonnet, and then overtook the others. Each wrinkled beldam hobbled as quickly after her stiffened joints would permit, while the ancient patrico, the priest of the crew, who joined the couples together by the hedge side, with the nice custom of dead horse between, brought up the rear, all bent on one grand object, that of having a peep at the foremost man of all this prigging world. Dick Turpin, at the period of which we treat, was in the zenith of his reputation. His deeds were full blown, his exploits were in every man's mouth, and a heavy price was set upon his head. That he should show himself thus openly, where he might be so easily betrayed, excited no little surprise amongst the craftiest of the crew, and augured an excess of temerity on his part. Rash daring was the main feature of Turpin's character. Like our great Nelson, he knew fear only by name, and when he thus trusted himself in the hands of strangers, confident in himself and in his own resources, he felt perfectly easy as to the result. He relied also in the continuance of his good fortune, which had as yet never deserted him. Possessed of the belief that his hour was not yet come, he cared little or nothing for any risk he might incur, and though he might, undoubtedly, have some presentiment of the probable termination of his career, he never suffered it to militate against his present enjoyment, which proved that he was no despicable philosopher. Turpin was the ultimus Romanorum, the last of a race, which, we were almost about to say we regret, is now altogether extinct. Several successors he had, it is true, but no name worthy to be recorded after his own. With him expired the chivalrous spirit which animated successively the bosoms of so many knights of the road. With him died away that passionate love of enterprise, that high spirit of devotion to the fair sex, which was first breathed upon the highway by the gay gallant Claude Duval, the Bayard of the road, la filou sans peur et sans reproche, but which was extinguished at last by the cord that tied the heroic Turpin to the remorseless tree. It were a subject well worthy of inquiry, to trace this decline and fall of the empire of the Tobymen to its remoter causes, to ascertain the why and the wherefore, that with so many half-pay captains, so many poor curates, so many lieutenants of both services, without hopes of promotion, so many penny-a-liners and fashionable novelists, so many damned dramatists and damning critics, so many Edinburgh and Quarterly Reviews, so many detrimental brothers and younger sons, when there are horses to be hired, pistols to be borrowed, purses to be taken, and males are as plentiful as partridges, it were worth serious investigation, we repeat, to ascertain why, with the best material imaginable for a new race of highwaymen, we have none, not even an amateur. Why do not some of these choice spirits quit the salons of Pall Mall and take to the road? The air of the heath is more bracing and wholesome, we should conceive, than any of hell whatever, and the chances of success incomparably greater. We throw out this hint, without a doubt of seeing it followed up. Probably the solution of our inquiry may be, that the supply is greater than the demand, that, in the present state of things, embryo highwaymen may be more abundant than purses. And then have we not the horse patrol? With such an admirably organized system of conservation, it is vain to anticipate a change. The highwaymen, we fear, like their Irish brothers the Rapparees, went out with the Tories. They were averse to reform, and eschewed emancipation. Lest anyone should think we have overrated the pleasures of the highwayman's existence, they shall hear what the right villainous Jack Hall, a celebrated Tobyman of his day, has got to say on the subject. His life, the highwayman's, has, generally, the most mirth and the least care in it of any man's breathing, and all he deals for is clear profit. He has that point of good conscience, that he always sells as he buys a good pennyworth, which is something rare, since he trades with so small a stock. The fence and he are like the devil and the doctor. They live by one another, and, like traitors, 'tis best to keep each other's counsel. He has his point of honesty, that he never robs the house he frequents. Turpin had the same scruples respecting the hall of Rookwood in Sir Piers's lifetime, and perhaps pays his debts better than some others, for he holds it below the dignity of his employment to commit so ungenteel a crime as insolvency, and loves to pay nobly. He has another quality, not much amiss, that he takes no more than he has occasion for. Jack, we think, was a little mistaken here, which he verifies this way: he craves no more while that lasts. He's a less nuisance in a commonwealth than a miser, because the money he engrosses all circulates again, which the other hoards as though 'twere only to be found again at the day of judgment. He is the tithe pig of the family, which the gallows, instead of the parson, claims as its due. He has reason enough to be bold in his undertakings, for, though all the world threaten him, he stands in fear of but one man in it, and that's the hangman. And with him, too, he is generally in fee. However, I cannot confirm he's so valiant that he dares to look at any man in the face, for in that point he is now and then a little modest. Newgate may be said to be his country house, where he frequently lives so many months in the year, and he is not so much concerned to be carried thither for a small matter, if 'twere only for the benefit of renewing his acquaintance there. He holds a petty larceny as light as a nun does auricular confession, though the priest has a more compassionate character than the hangman. Every man in this community is esteemed according to his particular quality, of which there are several degrees, though it is contrary often to public government. For here a man shall be valued purely for his merit, and rise by it too, though it be put to a halter, in which there is a great deal of glory in dying like a hero, and making a decent figure in the cart to the last two staves of the 51st Psalm. This, we repeat, is the plain statement of a practical man, and again we throw out the hint for adoption. All we regret is, that we are now degenerated from the grand Tobyman to the cracksman and the sneak, about whom there are no redeeming features. How much lower the next generation of thieves will dive it boots not to conjecture. Itas parentum pejor avis tulit, nos nequiores mox daturos, progeniem vitiosiorem. Cervantes laughed Spain's chivalry away, sang Byron, and if Gay did not extinguish the failing flame of our knight errantry, unlike the robbers of Schiller, which is said to have inflamed the Saxon youth with an irrepressible mania for brigandage, the Beggar's Opera helped not to fan the dying fire. That laugh was fatal, as laughs generally are. Macheath gave the highwayman his coup de grace. The last of this race, for we must persist in maintaining that he was the last, Turpin, like the setting sun, threw up some parting rays of glory, and tinged the far highways with a lustre that may yet be traced like a cloud of dust raised by his horse's retreating heels. Unequalled in the command of his steed, the most singular feat that the whole race of the annals of horsemanship has yet to record, and of which we may have more to say hereafter, was achieved by him. So perfect was his jockeyship, so clever his management of the animal he mounted, so intimately acquainted was he with every crossroad in the neighborhood of the metropolis, a book of which he constructed and carried constantly about his person, as well as with many other parts of England, particularly the counties of Chester, York, and Lancaster, that he outstripped every pursuer, and baffled all attempts at capture. His reckless daring, his restless rapidity, for so suddenly did he change his ground and renew his attacks in other quarters that he seemed to be endowed with ubiquity, his bravery, his resolution, and above all, his generosity, won for him a high reputation amongst his compatriots, and even elicited applauses from those upon whom he levied his contributions. Beyond dispute, he ruled as master of the road. His hands were, as yet, unstained with blood. He was ever prompt to check the disposition to outrage, and to prevent, as much as lay in his power, the commission of violence by his associates. Of late, since he had possessed himself of his favourite mare, Black Bess, his robberies had been perpetrated with a suddenness of succession, and at distances so apparently impracticable, that the idea of all having been executed by one man was rejected as an impossibility; and the only way of reconciling the description of the horse and rider, which tallied in each instance, was the supposition that these attacks were performed by confederates, similarly mounted and similarly accoutred. There was, in all this, as much of the famous sacra fames as of the auri, of the hungering after distinction as well as of the appetite of gain. Enamored of his vocation, Turpin delighted to hear himself designated as the flying highwayman, and it was with rapturous triumph that he found his single-handed feats attributed to a band of marauders. But this state of things could not long endure. His secret was blown. The vigilance of the police was aroused. He was tracked to his haunts, and, after a number of hair-breadth escapes, which he only effected by miracle, or by the aid of his wonder-working mare, he reluctantly quitted the heathy hills of Bagshot, the pampas plains of Hounslow, over which, like an archetype of the galloping Sir Francis Head, he had so often scoured, the gorsy commons of Highgate, Hampstead, and Finchley, the marshy fields of Battersea, almost all of which he had been known to visit in a single night, and leaving these beaten tracks to the occupation of younger and less practised hands, he bequeathed to them, at the same time, his own reversionary interest in the gibbets thereupon erected, and betook himself to the country. After a journey of more or less success, our adventurer found himself at Rookwood, whither he had been invited after a grand field day by its hospitable and by no means inquisitive owner. Breach of faith and good fellowship formed no part of Turpin's character. He had his lights as well as his shades, and as long as Sir Piers lived, his purse and coffers would have been free from molestation, except, so far, Dick said, as a cog or two of dice went. My dice, you know, are lungs for odd and even, a bale of barred cinque juices, a pattern of which he always carried with him. Beyond this, excepting a take-in at a steeple-chase, Rookwood Church being the mark, a do at a leap, or some such trifle, to which the most scrupulous could not raise an objection, Dick was all fair and above board. But when poor Sir Piers had put on his wooden surtout, to use Dick's own expressive metaphor, his conscientious scruples evaporated into thin air. Lady Rookwood was nothing to him. There was excellent booty to be appropriated. The wise convey it call. He began to look about for hands, and having accidentally encountered his old comrades, Rust and Wilder, they were let into the business, which was imperfectly accomplished in the manner heretofore described. To return from this digression. When Turpin presented himself at the threshold of the door, on his way to inquire after his mare, to his astonishment he found it closely invested. A cheering shout from the tawny throng, succeeded by a general clapping of hands, and attended by a buzzing susurration of applause, such as welcomes the entrance of a popular actor upon the stage, greeted the appearance of the highwayman. At the first sight of the crowd he was a little startled, and involuntarily sought for his pistols. But the demonstrations of admiration were too unequivocal to be for a moment mistaken. His hand was drawn from his pocket to raise his hat from his brow. Thunders of applause. Turpin's external man, we have before said, was singularly prepossessing. It was especially so in the eyes of the sex. Fair we certainly cannot say upon the present occasion, amongst whom not a single dissentient voice was to be heard. All concurred in thinking him a fine fellow, could plainly read his high courage in his bearing, his good breeding in his debonair deportment, and his manly beauty in his extravagant red whiskers. Dick saw the effect that he produced. He was at home in a moment. Your true highwayman has ever a passion for effect. This does not desert him at the gallows. It rises superior to death itself, and has been known to influence the manner of his dangling from the gibbet. To hear someone cry, "There goes a proper handsome man," saith our previously quoted authority, Jack Hall, somewhat ameliorates the terrible thoughts of the meagre tyrant Death, and to go in a dirty shirt were enough to save the hangman a labour, and make a man die with grief and shame at being in that deplorable condition. With gracious smile of condescension, like a popular orator, with a look of blarney like that of O'Connell, and of assurance like that of Hume, he surveyed the male portion of the spectators, tipped a knowing wink at the prettiest brunettes he could select, and finally cut a sort of fling with his well-booted legs, that brought down another appeal of rapturous applause. "A rank scamp!" cried the upright man, and this exclamation, however equivocal it may sound, was intended on his part to be highly complimentary. "I believe ye," returned the ruffler, stroking his chin, "one may see he's no half swell by the care with which he cultivates the best gifts of nature, his whiskers. He's a rank nib." Togged out to the ruffian, no doubt," said the palliard, who was incomparably the shabbiest rascal in the corps. "Though a needy mizzler myself, I likes to see a cove wot's vell dressed. Jist twig his swell kickses and pipes. If they ain't the thing, I'm done. Lame Larry can't dance nor better he. No, nor Jerry Juniper neither." "I'm dumbfounded," roared the Dummerar. "If he can't patter Romany as vell as the best on us, he looks like a rum un." "And a rum un he be, take my word for it," returned the whipjack, or sham sailor. "Look at his rigging. See how he flashes his sticks. Those are the tools to rake a three-decker. He's as clever a craft as I've seen this many a day, or I'm no judge." The women were equally enchanted, equally equivalent in the expression of their admiration. "What ogles!" cried a mort. "What pins!" said an autumn mort, or married woman. "Sharp as needles!" said a dark-eyed dell, who had encountered one of the free and frolicsome glances which our highwaymen distributed so liberally among the petticoats. It was at this crisis Dick took off his hat. Caesar betrayed his baldness. "A thousand pities!" cried the men, compassionating his thinly covered skull, and twisting their own ringlets, glossy and luxuriant, though unconscious of Macassar. "A thousand pities that so fine a fellow should have a sconce like a cocoanut." "But then his red whiskers," rejoined the women, tired of the uniformity of thick black heads of hair. "What a warmth of coloring they impart to his face! And then only to look how beautifully bushy they make his cheeks appear." La Fosseuse and the court of the Queen of Navarre were not more smitten with the Sieur de Croix's jolly pair of whiskers. The hawk's eye of Turpin ranged over the whole assemblage. Amidst that dark throng of dark faces there was not one familiar to him. Before him stood the upright man, Zoroaster, so was he called, a sturdy, stalwart rogue, whose superior strength and stature, as has not been unfrequently been the case in the infancy of governments that have arisen to more importance than is likely to be the case with that of Lesser Egypt, had been the means of his elevation to his pregnant dignified position. Zoroaster literally fought his way upwards, and had at first to maintain his situation by the strong arm, but he now was enabled to repose upon his hard-won laurels, to smoke the calumet of peace, and quaff his tipple with impunity. For one of gipsy blood, he presented an unusually jovial, liquor-loving countenance. His eye was mirthful, his lip moist, as if from oft potations, his cheek mellow as an Orleans plum, which fruit, in colour and texture, it mightily resembled. Strange to say, also, for one of that lithe race, his person was heavy and hebetudinous, the consequence, no doubt, of habitual intemperance. Like Crib, he waxed obese upon the championship. There was a kind of mock state in his carriage, as he placed himself before Turpin, and with his left hand twisted up the tail of his dressing gown, while the right thrust his truncheon into his hip, which was infinitely diverting to the highwayman. Turpin's attention, however, was chiefly directed towards his neighbour, the ruffler, in whom he recognized a famous impostor of the day, with whose history he was sufficiently well acquainted to be able at once to identify the individual. We have before stated that a magnificent coal-black beard decorated the chin of this worthy, but this was not all. His costume was in perfect keeping with his beard, and consisted of a very theatrical-looking tunic, upon the breast of which was embroidered, in golden wire, the Maltese cross, while over his shoulders were thrown the folds of an ample cloak of Tyrian hue. To his side was girt a long and doughty sword, which he termed, in his knightly phrase, Excalibur, and upon his profuse hair rested a hat as broad in the brim as a Spanish sombrero. Exaggerated as this description may appear, we can assure our readers that it is not overdrawn, and that a counterpart of the sketch we have given of the ruffler certainly strutted his hour upon the stage of human life, and that the very ancient and discriminating city of Canterbury, to which be all honor, was his theatre of action. His history is so far curious, that it exemplifies more strongly than 1,000 discourses could do, how prone we are to be governed by appearances, and how easily we may be made the dupes of a plausible impostor. Be it remembered, however, that we treat of the 18th century, before the march of intellect had commenced. We are much too knowing to be similarly practised upon in these enlightened times. But we will let the Knight of Malta, for such was the title assumed by the ruffler, tell his own story in his own way hereafter, contenting ourselves with the moral precepts we have already deduced from it. Next to the Knight of Malta stood the whipjack, habited in his sailor gear, striped shirt, and dirty canvas trousers, and adjoining him was the palliard, a loathsome tatterdemalion, in his dress one heap of rags, and his discoloured skin one mass of artificial leprosy and imposthumes. As Turpin's eyes shifted from one to another of these figures, he chanced upon an individual who had been long endeavouring to arrest his attention. This personage was completely in the background. All that Dick could discern of him was a brown curly head of hair, carelessly arranged in the modern mode, a handsome, impudent, sun-freckled face, with one eye closed, and the other occupied by a broken bottle-neck, through which, as a substitute for a lorgnette, the individual reconnoitered him. A cocked hat was placed in a very dégagé manner under his arm, and he held an ebony cane in his hand, very much in the style of a fashionable, as the French have it, of the present day. This glimpse was sufficient to satisfy Turpin. He recognized in this whimsical personage an acquaintance. Jerry Juniper was what the classical Captain Grose would designate a gentleman with 3 outs; and although he was not entirely without wit, nor, his associates avouched, without money, nor certainly, in his own opinion, had that been asked, without manners, yet was he assuredly without shoes, without stockings, without shirt. This latter deficiency was made up by a voluminous cravat, tied with proportionately large bows, a jaunty pair of yellow breeches, somewhat faded, a waistcoat of silver brocade, richly embroidered, somewhat tarnished and lacklustre, a murrey-coloured velvet coat, somewhat chafed, completed the costume of this beggar Brummel, this mendicant macaroni. Jerry Juniper was a character well known at the time, as a constant frequenter of all races, fairs, regattas, ship launches, bull baits, and prize fights, all of which he attended, and to which he transported himself with an expedition little less remarkable than that of Turpin. You met him at Epsom, at Ascot, at Newmarket, at Doncaster, at the Roday of Chester, at the Curragh of Kildare. The most remote as well as the most adjacent meeting attracted him. The cockpit was his constant haunt, and in more senses than one was he a leg. No opera dancer could be more agile, more nimble, scarcely indeed more graceful, than was Jerry, with his shoeless and stockingless feet, and the manner in which he executed a pirouette or a pas before a line of carriages seldom failed to procure him golden opinions from all sorts of dames. With the ladies, it must be owned, Jerry was rather upon too easy terms, but then, perhaps, the ladies were upon too easy terms with Jerry, and if a bright-eyed fair one condescended to jest with him, what marvel if he should sometimes slightly transgress the laws of decorum? These aberrations, however, were trifling. Altogether he was so well known, and knew everybody else so well, that he seldom committed himself, and, singular to say, could on occasions even be serious. In addition to his other faculties, no one cut a sly joke, or trolled a merry ditty, better than Jerry. His peculiarities, in short, were on the pleasant side, and he was a general favourite in consequence. No sooner did Jerry perceive that he was recognised, than, after kissing his hand, with the air of a petit maître, to the highwayman, he strove to edge his way through the crowd. All his efforts were fruitless, and, tired of a situation in the rear rank, so inconsistent, he conceived, with his own importance, he had recourse to an expedient often practised with success in harlequinades, and not unfrequently in real life, where a flying leap is occasionally taken over our heads. He ran back a few yards to give himself an impetus, returned, and, placing his hands upon the shoulders of a stalwart vagabond near to him, threw a somerset upon the broad cap of a palliard, who was so jammed in the midst that he could not have stirred to avoid the shock. Thence, without pausing, he vaulted forwards, and dropped lightly upon the ground in front of Zoroaster, and immediately before the highwayman. Dick laughed immoderately at Jerry's manoeuvre. He shook his old chum cordially by the hand, saying in a whisper, "What the devil brings you here, Jerry?" "I might retort and ask you that question, Captain Turpin," replied Jerry, sotto voce. "It is odd to see me here, certainly, quite out of my element, lost among this canaille, this canting crew, all the fault of a pair of gipsy eyes, bright as a diamond, dark as a sloe, you comprehend, a little afar, ha, ha, liable to these things. Bring your ear closer, my boy. Be upon your guard. Keep a sharp lookout. There's a devil of a reward upon your head. I won't answer for all those rascals." "Thank you for the hint, Jerry," replied Dick, in the same tone. "I calculated my chances pretty nicely when I came here; but if I should perceive any symptoms of foul play, any attempt to snitch or nose amongst this pack of peddlers, I have a friend or two at hand who won't be silent upon the occasion. Rest assured, I shall have my eye upon the gnarling scoundrels. I won't be sold for nothing." "Trust you for that," returned Juniper, with a wink. "Stay," added he, "a thought strikes me. I have a scheme in petto, which may, perhaps, afford you some fun, and will, at all events, ensure your safety during your stay." "What is it?" asked Dick. "Just amuse yourself with a flirtation for a moment or two with that pretty damsel, who has been casting her ogles at you for the last 5 minutes without success, while I effect a master stroke." And as Turpin, nothing loth, following his advice, Jerry addressed himself to Zoroaster. After a little conference, accompanied by that worthy and the Knight of Malta, the trio stepped forward from the line, and approached Dick, when Juniper, assuming some such altitude as our admirable Jones the comedian is wont to display, delivered himself of the following address. Turpin listened with the gravity of one of the distinguished persons alluded to, at the commencement of the present chapter, upon their receiving the freedom of the city at the hands of a mayor and corporation. Thus spoke Jerry: "Highest of the high tobymen, rummest of rumpadders, and most scampest of scampsmen, we, in the name of Barbara, our most tawny queen, in the name of Zoroaster, our upright man, Dimbadamba, or Ollie Campolly, by which titles his excellency is distinguished, in our own respective names, as Highpads and Lowpads, Rumgills and Queergills, Patricos, Palliards, Priggers, Whipjacks, and Jarkmen, from the arch rogue to the needy mizzler, fully sensible of the honour you have conferred upon us in gracing Stophole Abbey with your presence, and conceiving that we can in no way evince our sense of your condescension so entirely as by offering you the freedom of our crew, together with the privileges of an upright man, which you may be aware are considerable, and by creating you an honorary member of the Vagrant Club, which we have recently established, and in doing so, we would fain express the sentiments of gratification and pride which we experience in enrolling amongst our members one who has extended the glory of roguery so widely over the land, and who has kicked up so much dust upon the highways of England, as most effectually to blind the natives, one who is in himself a legion, of highwaymen, awaiting, with respectful deference, the acquiescence of Captain Richard Turpin. We beg to tender him the freedom of our crew." "Really, gentlemen," said Turpin, who did not exactly see the drift of this harangue, "you do me a vast deal of honour. I'm quite at a loss to conceive how I can possibly have merited so much attention at your hands, and indeed I feel myself so unworthy." Here Dick received an expressive wink from Juniper, and therefore thought it prudent to alter his expression. "Could I suppose myself at all deserving of so much distinction," continued the modest speaker, "I should at once accept your very obliging offer, but none so worthy," said the upright man. "Can't hear of a refusal," said the Knight of Malta. "Refusal! Impossible!" reiterated Juniper. "No, no refusal!" exclaimed a chorus of voices. "Dick Turpin must be one of us. He shall be our dimber damber." "Well, gentlemen, since you are so pressing," replied Turpin, "even so be it. I will be your dimber damber." "Bravo! bravo!" cried the mob, not of gentlemen. "About it, pals, at once," said the Knight of Malta, flourishing Excalibur. "By St. Thomas a Becket, we'll have as fine a scene as I myself ever furnished to the Canterbury lieges." "About what?" said Dick. "Your matriculation," replied Jerry. "There are certain forms to be gone through, with an oath to be taken. Merely a trifle. We'll have a jolly booze when all's over. Come bing avast, my merry pals. To the green, to the green. A Turpin, a Turpin, a new brother. A Turpin, a Turpin, a new brother," echoed the crew. "I've brought you through," said Jerry, taking an advantage of the uproar that ensued to whisper to his chum. "None of them will dare to lift a finger against you now. They are all your friends for life." "Nevertheless," returned Turpin, "I should be glad to know what has become of Bess." "If it is your Prancer you are wanting," chirped a fluttering creature, whom Turpin recognized as Luke's groom Grasshopper, "I gave her a fresh loaf and a stoup of stingo, as you bade me, and there she be, under yon tree, as quiet as a lamb." "I see her," replied Turpin. "Just tighten her girths, Grasshopper, and bring her after me, and thou shalt have wherewithal to chirp over thy cups at supper." Away bounded the elfin dwarf to execute his behest. A loud shout now rent the skies, and presently afterwards was heard the vile scraping of a fiddle, accompanied by the tattoo of a drum. Approaching Turpin, a host of gipsies elevated the highwayman upon their shoulders, and in this way he was carried to the centre of the green, where the long oaken table, which had once served the Franciscans for refection, was now destined for the stage of the pageant. Upon this table 3 drums were placed, and Turpin was requested to seat himself on the central one. A solemn prelude, more unearthly than the incantation of the Freyschütz, was played by the orchestra of the band, conducted by the Paganini of the place, who elicited the most marvellous notes from his shell. A couple of shawms emitted sepulchral sounds, while the hollow rolling of a drum broke ever and anon upon the ear. The effect was prodigiously fine. During this overture, the patrico and the upright man had ascended the rostrum, each taking his place, the former on the right hand of Turpin, the latter upon his left. Below them stood the Knight of Malta, with Excalibur drawn in his hand, and gleaming in the sunshine. On the whole, Dick was amused with what he saw, and with the novel situation in which he found himself placed. Around the table were congregated a compact mass of heads, so compact indeed that they looked like one creature, an Argus, with each eye upturned upon the highwayman. The idea struck Turpin that the restless mass of party-coloured shreds and patches, of vivid hues and varied tintings, singularly, though accidentally, disposed to produce such an effect, resembled an immense tiger moth, or might it be a Turkey carpet spread out upon the grass? The scene was a joyous one. It was a brilliant sunshiny morning, freshened and purified by the storm of the preceding night. The air breathed a balm upon the nerves and senses of the robber. The wooded hills were glittering in light. The brook was flowing swiftly past the edge of the verdant slope, glancing like a wreathed snake in the sunshine. Its quiet song, lost in the rude harmony of the mummers, as were the thousand twitterings of the rejoicing birds. The rocks bared their bosoms to the sun, or were buried in deep cast gloom. The shadows of the pillars and arches of the old walls of the priory were projected afar, while the rose-like ramifications of the magnificent marigold window were traced, as if by a pencil, upon the verdant tablet of the sod. The overture was finished. With the appearance of the principal figures in this strange picture the reader is already familiar. It remains only to give him some idea of the patrico. Imagine, then, an old superannuated goat, reared upon its hind legs, and clad in a white sheet, disposed in folds like those of a cymar about its limbs, and you will have some idea of Balthazar, the patrico. This resemblance to the animal before mentioned was rendered the more striking by his huge, hanging, goat-like under-lip, his lengthy white beard, and the sort of cap covering his head, which was ornamented with a pair of horns, such as to be seen in Michelangelo's tremendous statue of Moses. Balthazar, besides being the patrico of the tribe, was its principal professor of divination, and had been the long-tried and faithful minister of Barbara Lovel, from whose secret instructions he was supposed to have derived much of his magical skill. Placing a pair of spectacles upon his prognosticating nose, and unrolling a vellum skin, upon which strange characters were written, Balthazar, turning to Turpin, thus commenced in a solemn voice: "Thou who wouldst our brother be, see how we shall enter thee. Name the name that thou wilt bear, ere our livery thou wear." "I see no reason why I should alter my designation," replied the novitiate; "but as popes change their titles on their creation, there can be no objection to a scampsman following so excellent an example. Let me be known as the Night Hawk." "The Night Hawk, good," returned the hierophant, proceeding to register the name upon the parchment. "Kneel down," continued he. After some hesitation, Turpin complied. "You must repeat the Salamon, or oath of our creed, after my dictation," said the patrico; and Turpin, signifying his assent by a nod, Balthazar propounded the following abjuration: Oath of the Canting Crew. I, Crank Cuffin, swear to be true to this fraternity, that I will in all obey rule and order of the lay, never blow the gab or squeak, never snitch to bum or beak, but religiously maintain authority of those who reign over Stophole Abbey Green, be they tawny king or queen. In their cause alone will fight, think what they think wrong or right, serve them truly and no other, and be faithful to my brother. Suffer none, from far or near, with their rights to interfere. No strange Abram, ruffler crack, hooker of another pack, rogue or rascal, freighter, marauder, Irish toil, or other wanderer. No dimber damber, angler, dancer, prig of cackler, prig of prancer, no swigman, swaddler, clapper-dudgeon, catch-cloak, kirtle, or curmudgeon, no whipjack, palliard, patrico, no jackman, be he high or low, no dummerar, no romany, no member of the family, no ballad basket, bouncing buffer, nor any other will I suffer, but staff off now and for ever all outliers whatsoever. And as I keep to the foregone, so may help me Salamon. So help me Salamon, repeated Turpin with emphasis. Zoroaster, said the patrico to the upright man, do thy part of this ceremonial. Zoroaster obeyed, and taking Excalibur from the Knight of Malta, bestowed a hearty thwack with the blade upon the shoulders of the kneeling highwayman, assisting him afterwards to arise. The inauguration was complete. "Well," exclaimed Dick, "I'm glad it's all over. My leg feels a little stiffish. I'm not much given to kneeling. I must dance it off." Saying which, he began to shuffle upon the boards. "I tell you what," continued he, "most reverend patrico, that name Salmon of yours has a cursed long tail. I could scarce swallow it all, and it's strange if it don't give me an indigestion. As to you, sage Zory, from the dexterity with which you flourish your sword, I should say you had practised at court. His Majesty could scarce do the better thing, when, slapping some fat alderman upon the shoulder, he bids him arise, Sir Richard. And now, pals," added he, glancing around, "as I'm one of you, let's have a booze together ere I depart, for I don't think my stay will be long in the land of Egypt." This suggestion of Turpin was so entirely consonant to the wishes of the assemblage that it met with universal approbation, and upon a sign from Zoroaster, some of his followers departed in search of supplies for the carousal. Zoroaster leapt from the table, and his example was followed by Turpin, and more leisurely by the patrico. It was rather early in the day for a drinking bout, but the canting crew were not remarkably particular. The chairs were removed, and the jingling of glasses announced the arrival of the preliminaries, of the matutine symposium. Poles, canvas, and cords were next brought, and in almost as short a space of time as one scene is substituted for another in a theatrical representation, a tent was erected. Benches, stools, and chairs appeared with equal celerity, and the interior soon presented an appearance like that of a booth at a fair. A keg of brandy was broached, and the health of the new brother quaffed in brimmers. Our highwayman returned thanks. Zoroaster was in the chair, the Knight of Malta acting as croupier. A second toast was proposed, the Tawny Queen. This was drunk with a like enthusiasm, and with a like allowance of the potent spirit; but as bumpers of brandy are not to be repeated with impunity, it became evident to the president of the board that he must not repeat his toasts quite so expeditiously. To create a temporary diversion, therefore, he called for a song. The dulcet tones of the fiddle now broke through the clamor, and, in answer to the call, Jerry Juniper volunteered the following: Jerry Juniper's Chant. In a box of the stone jug I was born, of a hempen widow the kid forlorn, fake away! And my father, as I've heard say, fake away, was a merchant of capers gay, who cut his last fling with great applause. Nix my doll, pals, fake away! Who cut his last fling with great applause, to the tune of a hearty choke with caper sauce, fake away! He nooks in quad did my schoolmen play, fake away! And put me up to the time of day, until at last there was none so knowing, nix my doll, pals, fake away! Until at last there was none so knowing, no such sneaksman or buzzgloak going, fake away! Fogles and fawnies soon went their way, fake away! To the spout with the sneezers in grand array. No dummy hunter had forks so fly, nix my doll, pals, fake away! No dummy hunter had forks so fly, no knuckler so deftly could fake a cly, fake away! No sloughed hoaxer my snipes could stay, fake away! None nap a reader like me in the lay. Soon then I mounted in Swell Street High, nix my doll, pals, fake away! Soon then I mounted in Swell Street High, and sported my flashiest toggery, fake away! Firmly resolved I would make my hay, fake away! While Mercury's star shed a single ray, and ne'er was there seen such a dashing prig, nix my doll, pals, fake away! And ne'er was there seen such a dashing prig, with my strummel faked in the newest twig, fake away! With my fawned fams and my onions gay, fake away! My thimble of ridge and my driz camisa, all my togs were so nib-like and splash, nix my doll, pals, fake away! And all my togs were so nib-like and splash, readily the queer screens I then could mash, fake away! But my nuttiest blowen, one fine day, fake away! To the bleaks did her fancy man betray, and thus I was bowled out at last, nix my doll, pals, fake away! And thus I was bowled out at last, and into the jug for a lag was cast, fake away! But I slipped my darbies one morn in May, fake away! And gave to the dubsman a holiday, and here I am, pals, merry and free, a regular rollicking Romany, nix my doll, pals, fake away! Much laughter and applause rewarded Jerry's attempt to please, and though the meaning of his chant, even with the aid of the numerous notes appended to it, may not be quite obvious to our readers, we can assure them that it was perfectly intelligible to the canting crew. Jerry was now entitled to a call, and happening, at the moment, to meet the dark fine eyes of a sentimental gipsy, one of that better class of mendicants who wandered about the country with a guitar at his back, his election fell upon him. The youth, without prelude, struck up a gipsy serenade. Merry maid, wilt thou wander with me? We will roam through the forest, the meadow and lea. We will haunt the sunny bowers, and when the day begins to flee, our couch shall be the ferny brake, our canopy the tree. Merry maid, come wander with me. No life like the gipsy's so joyous and free. Merry maid, though a roving life be ours, we will laugh away the laughing and quickly fleeting hours. Our hearts are free, as is the free and open sky above, and we know what tamer souls know not, how lovers ought to love. Merry maid, come and wander with me. No life like the gipsy's, so joyous and free. Zoroaster now removed the pipe from his upright lips to intimate his intention of proposing a toast. A universal knocking of knuckles by the knucklers was followed by a profound silence. The sage spoke. "The city of Canterbury, pals," said he, "and may it never want a night of Malta." The toast was pledged with much laughter, and in many bumpers. The knight, upon whom all eyes were turned, rose, with stately bearing and majestic motion, to return thanks. "I return you an infinitude of thanks, brother pals," said he, glancing around the assemblage, and bowing to the president, "and to you, most upright Zory, for the honor you have done me in associating my name with that city. Believe me, I sincerely appreciate the compliment, and echo the sentiment from the bottom of my soul. I trust it never will want a night of Malta. In return for your consideration, but a poor one you will say, you shall have a ditty, which I composed upon the occasion of my pilgrimage to that city, and which I have thought proper to name after myself. The Knight of Malta, a Canterbury Tale. Come list to me, and you shall have, without a hem or haw, sirs, a Canterbury pilgrimage much better than old Chaucer's. 'Tis of a hoax I once played off upon that city clever, the memory of which I hope will stick to it forever. With my coal-black beard and purple cloak, jack-boots and broad-brimmed castor, hey-ho for the Knight of Malta. To execute my purpose, in the first place you must know, sirs, my locks I let hang down my neck, my beard and whiskers grow, sirs. A purple cloak I next clapped on, a sword lagged to my side, sirs, and mounted on a charger black, I to the town did ride, sirs, with my coal-black beard and purple cloak, jack-boots and broad-brimmed castor, hey-ho for the Knight of Malta. 2 pages were there by my side, upon 2 little ponies, decked out in scarlet uniform, as spruce as macaronis. Comparisoned my charger was, as grandly as his master, and o'er my long and curly locks I wore a broad-brimmed castor, with my coal-black beard and purple cloak, jack-boots and broad-brimmed castor, hey-ho for the Knight of Malta. The people all flocked forth, amazed to see a man so hairy. Oh, I such a sight had ne'er before seen in Canterbury. My flowing robe, my flowing beard, my horse with flowing mane, sirs, they stared, the days of chivalry, they thought, were come again, sirs. With my coal-black beard and purple cloak, jack-boots and broad-brimmed castor, hey-ho for the Knight of Malta. I told them a long rigmarole romance, that did not halter. Jot, that they beheld in me a real Knight of Malta. Tom a Becket had I sworn I was, that saint and martyr hallowed. I doubt not just as readily the bait they would have swallowed. With my coal-black beard and purple cloak, jack-boots and broad-brimmed castor, hey-ho for the Knight of Malta. I rode about and speechified, and everybody gullied. The tavern-keepers dibbled, and the magistracy bullied. Like puppets were the townsfolk led in that show they called a rarey. The Gotham sages were a joke to those of Canterbury. With my coal-black beard and purple cloak, jack-boots and broad-brimmed castor, hey-ho for the Knight of Malta. The theatre I next engaged, where I addressed the crowd, sirs, and on retrenchment and reform I spouted long and loud, sirs. On tithes and on taxation I enlarged with skill and zeal, sirs. Why so able's a Malta knight the malt tax to repeal, sirs. With my coal-black beard and purple cloak, jack-boots and broad-brimmed castor, hey-ho for the Knight of Malta. As a candidate, I then stepped forth to represent their city, and my non-election to that place was certainly a pity, for surely I the fittest was, and very proper, very, to represent the wisdom and the wit of Canterbury. With my coal-black beard and purple cloak, jack-boots and broad-brimmed castor, hey-ho for the Knight of Malta. At the trial of some smugglers next, one thing I rather queerded, and the justices upon the bench I literally bearded, for I swore that I some casks did see, though proved as clear as day, sirs, that I happened at the time to be some 50 miles away, sirs. With my coal-black beard and purple cloak, jack-boots and broad-brimmed castor, hey-ho for the Knight of Malta. This last assertion, I must own, was somewhat of a blunder, and for perjury indicted they compelled me to knock under. To my prosperous career this slight error puts a stop, sir, and thus crossed, the Knight of Malta was at length obliged to hop, sirs, with his coal-black beard and purple cloak, jack-boots and broad-brimmed castor. Good-bye to the Knight of Malta. The knight sat down amidst the general plaudits of the company. The party, meanwhile, had been increased by the arrival of Luke and the sexton. The former, who was in no mood for revelry, refused to comply with his grandsire's solicitation to enter, and remained sullenly at the door with his arms folded and his eyes fixed upon Turpin, whose movements he commanded through the canvas aperture. The sexton walked up to Dick, who was seated at the post of honour, and clapping him upon the shoulder, congratulated him upon the comfortable position in which he found him. "Aha! Are you there, my old death's head on a mop-stick?" said Turpin, with a laugh. "Ain't we merry bumpers, eh? Keeping it up in style. Sit down, old Noah. Make yourself comfortable. Methusalem, what say you to a drop of as fine Nance as you ever tasted in your life, old cove?" "I have no sort of objection to it," returned Peter, "provided you will all pledge my toast." "That I will, were it old Ruffin himself," shouted Turpin. "Here's to the three-legged mare," cried Peter, "to the tree that bears fruit all the year round, and yet has neither bark nor branch. You won't refuse that toast, Captain Turpin." "Not I," answered Dick. "I owe the gallows no grudge. If, as Jerry Long says, I must have a hearty choke and caper sauce for my breakfast one of these fine mornings, it shall never be said that I fell to my meal without appetite, or neglected saying grace before it. Gentlemen, here's Peter Bradley's toast, the scragging post, the three-legged mare, with 3 times 3. Appropriate as this sentiment was, it did not appear to be so inviting to the party as might have been anticipated, and the shout soon died away. "They like not the thoughts of the gallows," said Turpin to Peter. "More fools they, a mere bugbear to frighten children, believe me, and never yet alarmed a brave man. The gallows, one can but die once, and what signifies it how, so that it be over quickly? I think no more of the last leap into eternity than clearing a 5-barred gate. A rope's end for it. So let us be merry, and make most of our time, and that's true philosophy. I know you can throw off a rum chant," added he, turning to Peter. "I heard you sing last night at the hall. Troll as a stave, my antediluvian file, and in the meantime, tick me a gauge of Fogus, Jerry. And if that's a bowl of huckle my butt you are brewing, Sir William," added he, addressing the Knight of Malta, "you may send me a jorum at your convenience." Jerry handed the highwayman a pipe, together with a tumbler of the beverage which the knight had prepared, which he pronounced excellent, and while the huge bowl was passed round to the company, a prelude of shawms announced that Peter was ready to break into a song. Accordingly, after the symphony was ended, accompanied at intervals by a single instrument, Peter began his melody, in a key so high that the utmost exertions of the shawm blower failed to approach its altitudes. The burden of his minstrelsy was The Mandrake. The mandrake grows neath the gallows tree, and rank and green are its leaves to see, green and rank as the grass that waves over the unctuous earth of graves. And though all around it lie bleak and bare, freely the mandrake flourisheth there. Maranatha! Anathema! Dread is the curse of mandragora, euthanasy! At the foot of the gibbet the mandrake springs, just where the creaking carcass swings. Some have thought it engendered from the fat that drops from the bones of the dead. Some have thought it a human thing, but this is a vain imagining. Maranatha! Anathema! Dread is the curse of mandragora, euthanasy! A charnel leaf doth the mandrake wear, a charnel fruit doth the mandrake bear, yet none like the mandrake hath such great power, such virtue resides not in herb or flower. Aconite, hemlock, or moonshade, I ween, none hath a poison so subtle and keen. Maranatha! Anathema! Dread is the curse of mandragora, euthanasy! And whether the mandrake be create, flesh with the power incorporate, I know not, yet if from the earth 'tis rent, shrieks and groans from the root are sent, shrieks and groans, and the sweat like gore oozes and drops from the clammy core. Maranatha! Anathema! Dread is the curse of Mandragora! Euthanasie! Whoso gathereth the mandrake shall surely die. Blood for blood is his destiny. Some who have plucked it have died with groans, like to the mandrake's expiring moans. Some have died raving, and some beside, with penitent prayers, but all have died. Jesu, save us by night and day from the terrible death of Mandragora. Euthanasie! A queer chant, that, said Zoroaster, coughing loudly, in a token of disapprobation. Not much to my taste, quoth the Knight of Malta. We like something more sprightly in Canterbury. Nor to mine, added Jerry. Don't think it's likely to have an encore. 'Pon my soul, Dick, you must give us something yourself, or we shall never cry euthanasie at the triple tree. With all my heart, replied Turpin. You shall have, but what do I see? My friend Sir Luke. Devil take my tongue, Luke Bradley, I mean. What ho, Luke! Nay, nay, man, no shrinking. Stand forward. I've a word or two to say to you. We must have a hobanob glass together for old acquaintance' sake. Nay, no airs, man. Damn, you're not a lord yet, nor a baronet either, though I do hold your title in my pocket. Never look glum at me, it won't pay. I'm one of the canting crew now. No man shall sneer at me with impunity, eh, Zory? Ha, ha, ha! Here's a glass of Nance. We'll have a bottle of black strap when you are master of your own. Make ready there, you gut scrapers, you shawm shavers. I'll put your lungs in play for you presently. In the meantime, charge, pals, charge. A toast, a toast. Health and prosperity to Sir Luke Rookwood. I see you are surprised. This, gemmen, is Sir Luke Rookwood, somewhile Luke Bradley, heir to the house of that name, not 10 miles distant from this. Say, shall we not drink a bumper to his health? Astonishment prevailed amongst the crew. Luke himself had been taken by surprise. When Turpin discovered him at the door of the tent, and summoned him to appear, he reluctantly complied with the request. But when, in half-bantering vein, Dick began to rally him upon his pretensions, he would most gladly have retreated had it been in his power. It was then too late. He felt he must stand the ordeal. Every eye was fixed upon him with a look of inquiry. Zoroaster took his everlasting pipe from his mouth. "This ain't true, surely?" asked the perplexed Magus. "He has said it," replied Luke. "I may not deny it." This was sufficient. There was a wild hubbub of delight amongst the crew, for Luke was a favourite with all. "Sir Luke Rookwood!" cried Jerry Juniper, who liked a title as much as Tommy Moore is said to dote upon a lord. "Upon my soul, I sincerely congratulate you. Devilish fortunate fellow. Always cursed unlucky myself. I could never find out my own father, unless it were one Monsieur de Capriole, a French dancing master, and he never left anything behind him that I could hear of, except a broken kilt and a hempen widow. Sir Luke Rookwood, we shall do ourselves the pleasure of drinking your health and prosperity." Fresh bumpers and immense cheering. Silence being in a measure restored, Zoroaster claimed Turpin's promise of a song. "True, true," replied Dick. "I have not forgotten it. Stand to your bows, my hearties. The game of High Toby. Now Oliver puts his black nightcap on, and every star in glim is hiding, and forth to the heath is the scampsman gone, his matchless cherry-black prancer riding. Merrily over the common he flies, fast and free as the rush of rocket, his crape-covered vizard drawn over his eyes, his toll by his side, and his pops in his pocket. Chorus. Then who can name so merry a game as the game of all games, High Toby? The traveller hears him. Away, away! Over the wide, wide heath he scurries. He heeds not the thunderbolt's summons to stay, but ever the faster and faster he hurries. But what daisy cutter can match that black tit? He's caught, he must stand and deliver. Then out with the dummy and off with the bit. Oh, the game of High Toby forever! Chorus. Then who can name so merry a game as the game of all games, High Toby? Believe me, there is not a game, my brave boys, to compare with the game of High Toby. No rapture can equal the Tobyman's joys. To blue devils, blue plums give the go-by. And what if at length, boys, he comes to the crap? Even rack punch has some bitter in it. For the mare with 3 legs, boys, I care not a rap. 'Twill be over in less than a minute. grand chorus. Then hip, hip, hooray! Fling care away! Hurrah for the game of high toby! "And now, pals," said Dick, who began to feel the influence of these morning cups, "I vote that we adjourn. Believe me, I shall always bear in mind that I am a brother of your band. Sir Luke and I must have a little chat together ere I take my leave. Adieu!" And taking Luke by the arm, he walked out of the tent. Peter Bradley rose and followed them. At the door they found the dwarfish grasshopper with Black Bess. Rewarding the urchin for his trouble, and slipping the bridle of his mare over his hand, Turpin continued his walk over the green. For a few minutes he seemed to be lost in rumination. "I tell you what, Sir Luke," said he, "I should like to do a generous thing, and make you a present of this bit of paper. But one ought not to throw away one's luck, you know. There is a tide in the affairs of thieves, as the player coves say, which must be taken at the flood, or else no matter. Your old dad, Sir Piers, God help him, had the gingerbread, that I know. He was, as we say, a regular rhinocericial cull. You won't feel a few thousands, especially at starting. And besides, there are two others, Rust and Wilder, who row in this same boat with me, and must therefore come in for their share of the reg'lars. All this considered, you can't complain. I think, if I ask 5,000 for it, that old Harriet and Lady Rookwood offered me nearly as much." "I will not talk to you of fairness," said Luke. "I will not say that document belongs of right to me. It fell by accident into your hands. Having possessed yourself of it, I blame you not that you dispose of it to the best advantage. I must perforce agree to your terms." "Oh, no," replied Dick, "it's quite optional. Lady Rookwood will give as much, and make no mouths about it. So, lass, what makes Bess prick her ears in that fashion? Ha! Carriage wheels in the distance. That jade knows the sound as well as I do. I'll just see what it's like. You will have 10 minutes for reflection. Who knows if I may not have come in for a good thing here?" At that instant the carriage passed the angle of a rock some 300 yards distant, and was seen slowly ascending the hillside. Eager as a hawk after his quarry, Turpin dashed after it. In vain the sexton, whom he nearly overthrew in his career, called after him to halt. He sped like a bolt from the bow. "May the devil break his neck!" cried Peter, as he saw him dash through the brook. "Could he not let them alone?" "This must not be," said Luke. "Know you whose carriage it is?" "It is a shrine that holds the jewel that should be dearest in your eyes," returned Peter. "Haste, and arrest the spoiler's hand." "Whom do you mean?" asked Luke. "Eleanor Mowbray," replied Peter. "She's there. To the rescue. Away!" "Eleanor Mowbray!" replied Luke. "And Sybil?" At this instant a pistol shot was heard. "Will you let murder be done, and upon your cousin?" cried Peter, with a bitter look. "You are not what I took you for." Luke answered not, but, swift as the hound, and freed from the leash, darted in the direction of the carriage. End of Chapter 5, Book 3. Chapter 6, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 6. Eleanor Mowbray. Mischiefs are like the visits of Franciscan friars. They never come to prey upon us single. Devil's Law Case. The course of our tale returns now to Eleanor Mowbray. After she had parted from Ranulph Rookwood, and had watched him disappear beneath the arches of the church porch, her heart sank, and drawing herself back within the carriage, she became a prey to the most poignant affliction. In vain she endeavored to shake off this feeling of desolation. It would not be. Despair had taken possession of her. The magic fabric of delight melted away, or only gleamed to tantalize at an unreachable distance. A presentiment that Ranulph would never be hers had taken root in her imagination, and overshadowed all the rest. While Eleanor pursued this train of reflection, the time insensibly wore away, until the sudden stoppage of the carriage aroused the party from their meditation. Major Mowbray perceived that the occasion of the halt was the rapid advance of a horseman, who was nearing them at full speed. The appearance of the rider was somewhat singular, and might have created some uneasiness as to the nature of his approach, had not the major immediately recognized a friend. He was, nevertheless, greatly surprised to see him, and turned to Mrs. Mowbray to inform her that Father Ambrose, to his infinite astonishment, was coming to meet them, and appeared from his manner to be the bearer of unwelcome tidings. Father Ambrose was, perhaps, the only being whom Eleanor disliked. She had felt an unaccountable antipathy towards him, which she could neither extirpate nor control, during their long and close intimacy. It may be necessary to mention that her religious culture had been in accordance with the tenets of the Romish Church, in whose faith, the faith of her ancestry, her mother had continued, and that Father Ambrose, with whom she had first become acquainted during the residence of the family near Bordeaux, was her ghostly adviser and confessor. An Englishman by birth, he had been appointed pastor to the diocese in which they dwelt, and was, consequently, a frequent visitor, almost a constant inmate of the château. Yet, though duty and respect would have prompted her to regard the father with affection, Eleanor could never conquer the feelings of dislike and distrust which she had at first entertained towards him; a dislike which was increased by the strange control in which he seemed to hold her mother, who regarded him with a veneration approaching to infatuation. It was, therefore, with satisfaction that she bade him adieu. He had, however, followed his friends to England under a feigned name, as, being a recusant Romish priest, and supposed to have been engaged in certain Jesuitical plots, his return to his own country was attended with considerable risk, and had now remained domesticated with them for some months. That he had been in some way, in early life, connected with a branch of the house of Rookwood, Eleanor was aware. She fancied he might have been engaged in political intrigue with Sir Reginald, which would have well accorded with his ardent, ambitious temperament; and the knowledge of this circumstance made her doubly apprehensive, lest the nature of his present communication should have reference to her lover, towards whose cause the father had never been favorable, and respecting whose situation he might have made some discovery, which she feared he might use to Ranulph's disadvantage. Wrapped in a long black cloak, with a broad brimmed hat drawn closely over his brows, it was impossible to distinguish further of the priest's figure and features beyond the circumstance of his height, which was remarkable, until he had reached the carriage window, when, raising his hat, he disclosed a head that Titian might have painted, and which, arising from the dark drapery, looked not unlike the visage of some grave and saturnine Venetian. There was a venerable expanse of forehead, thinly scattered with hair, towering over black penthouse-like brows, which, in their turn, shadowed keen penetrating eyes. The temples were hollow, the blue veins might be traced beneath the sallow skin, the cheek-bones were high, and there was something in the face that spoke of self-mortification, while the thin, livid lips, closely compressed, and the austere and sinister expression of his countenance, showed that his self-abasement, if he had ever practised it, had scarcely prostrated the demon of pride, whose dominion might still be traced in the lines and furrows of his haughty physiognomy. The father looked at Mrs. Mowbray, and then glanced suspiciously at Eleanor. The former appeared to understand him. "You would say a word to me in private?" said Mrs. Mowbray. "Shall I descend?" The priest bowed assent. "It is not to you alone that my mission extends," said he, gravely. "You are all in part concerned. Your son had better alight with you." "Instantly," replied the major. "If you will give me your horse in charge to the postilion, we will attend you at once." With a feeling of renewed apprehension, connected she knew not why with Ranulph, Eleanor beheld her relatives descend from the carriage, and in the hope of gaining some clue from their gestures to the subject of the conversation, she watched their motions as narrowly as her situation permitted. From the earnest manner of the priest, and the interest his narrative seemed to excite in his hearers, it was evident that his communication was of importance. Presently, accompanied by Father Ambrose, Mrs. Mowbray returned to the carriage, while the major, mounting the priest's horse, after bidding a hasty adieu to his sister, adding, with a look that belied the consolation intended to be conveyed by his words, that all was well, but without staying to offer her any explanation of the cause of his sudden departure, rode back the way they had just traversed, and in the direction of Rookwood. Bereft of the only person to whom she could have applied for information, though dying with curiosity and anxiety to know the meaning of this singular interview, and the sudden change of plans which she felt so intimately concerned herself, Eleanor was constrained to preserve silence, as, after their entrance to the carriage, her mother again seemed lost in painful reflection, and heeded her not; and the father, drawing from his pocket a small volume, appeared intently occupied in its perusal. "Dear mother," said Eleanor, at length, turning to Mrs. Mowbray, "my brother is gone." "To Rookwood," said Mrs. Mowbray, in a tone calculated to check further inquiry, but Eleanor was too anxious to notice it. "And wherefore, mother?" said she. "May I not be informed?" "Not as yet, my child, not as yet," replied Mrs. Mowbray. "You will learn all sufficiently early." The priest raised his cat-like eyes from the book, to watch the effect of this speech, and dropped them instantly as Eleanor turned towards him. She had been about to appeal to him, but, having witnessed this look, she relinquished her scarce formed purpose, and endeavored to divert her tristful thoughts by gazing through the glimmering medium of her tears upon the soothing aspect of external nature. That aspect which, in sunshine or in storm, has ever relief in store for a heart embittered by the stormy coldness of the world. The road, meanwhile, led them through a long woody vale, and was now climbing the sides of a steep hill. They were soon in the vicinity of the priory, and of the gipsies' encampment. The priest leaned forward, and whispered something in Mrs. Mowbray's ear, who looked towards the ruined shrine, part of the mouldering walls being visible from the road. At that moment, the clatter of a horse's hoofs, and the sound of a loud voice commanding the postilion in a menacing tone to stop, accompanied by a volley of imprecations, interrupted the conference, and bespoke the approach of an unwelcome intruder, and one whom all, too truly, feared would not be readily dismissed. The postilion did his best to rid them of the assailant. Perceiving a masked horseman behind him, approaching at a furious rate, he had little doubt as to his intentions, and Turpin, for it was our highwayman, soon made his doubts certainties. He hallooed him to stop, but the fellow paid no attention to his command, and disregarded even the pistol which he saw, in a casual glimpse over his near side, presented at his person. Clapping spurs into his horse's flanks, he sought succor in flight. Turpin was by his side in an instant. As the highwayman endeavored to catch his reins, the lad suddenly wheeled the carriage right upon him, and but for the dexterity of Turpin, and the clever conduct of his mare, would inevitably have crushed him against the roadside. As it was, his left leg was slightly grazed. Irritated at this, Turpin fired over the man's head, and with the butt end of the pistol felled him from his seat. Startled by the sound, and no longer under the governance of their rider, the horses rushed with frantic violence towards a ditch that bounded the other side of the highway, down which the carriage was precipitated, and at once overturned. Turpin's first act, after he had ascertained that no mischief had been occasioned to those within, beyond the alarm incident to the shock, was to compel the postilion, who had by this time gained his legs, to release the horses from their traces. This done, with the best grace he could assume, and, adjusting his mask, he opened the carriage, and proceeded to liberate the captives. "Beg pardon, ma'am," said he, as soon as he had released Mrs. Mowbray. "Excessively sorry, upon my soul, to have been the cause of so much unnecessary alarm to you. All the fault, I assure you, of that rascal of a postilion. Had the fellow only pulled up when I commanded him, this botheration might have been avoided. You will remember that, when you pay him. All his fault, I assure you, ma'am." Receiving no reply, he proceeded to extricate Eleanor, with whose beauty the inflammable highwayman was instantly smitten. Leaving the father to shift for himself, he turned to address some observation of coarse gallantry to her, but she eluded his grasp, and flew to her mother's side. "It is useless, sir," said Mrs. Mowbray, as Turpin drew near them, "to affect ignorance of your intentions. You have already occasioned us serious alarm, much delay, and inconvenience. I trust, therefore, that beyond our purses, to which, though scantily supplied, you are welcome, we shall sustain no molestation. You seem to have less of the ruffian about you than the rest of your lawless race, and are not, I should hope, destitute of common humanity." "Common humanity!" replied Turpin. "Bless you, ma'am, I'm the most humane creature breathing. Would not hurt a fly, much less a lady. Incivility was never laid to my charge. This business may be managed in a few seconds, and as soon as we have settled the matter, I'll lend your stupid jack boy a hand to put the horses to the carriage again, and get the wheels out of the ditch. You have a banker, ma'am, I suppose, in town, perhaps in the country, but I don't like country bankers. Besides, I want a little ready cash in Rumville, beg pardon, ma'am, London, I mean. My ears have been so stunned with those of Romany patterers, I almost think in flash. Just draw me a cheque. I've pen and ink always ready. A cheque for £50, ma'am, only 50. What's your banker's name? I've blank cheques all of the best houses in my pocket. And that, and a kiss from the pretty lips of that cherry-cheeked maid," winking to Eleanor, "will fully content me. You see, you have neither an exorbitant nor uncivil personage to deal with." Eleanor shrank closer towards her mother, exhausted by previous agitation of the night, greatly frightened by the shock which she had just sustained, and still more alarmed by the words and gestures of the highwayman. She felt that she was momentarily in danger of fainting, and with difficulty prevented herself from falling. The priest, who had succeeded in freeing himself from the carriage, now placed himself between Turpin and the ladies. "Be satisfied, misguided man," said the father, in a stern voice, offering a purse, which Mrs. Mowbray hastily extended towards him, "with the crime you have already committed, and seek not to peril your soul by deeper guilt. Be content with the plunder you now obtain, and depart. For by my holy calling, I affirm to you, that if you advance one footstep towards the further molestation of these ladies, it shall be at the hazard of your life." "Bravo!" exclaimed Turpin. "Now this is what I like. Who would have thought that the old autumn baller had so much pluck in him? Sir, I commend you for your courage, but you are mistaken. I am the quietest man breathing, and never harm a human being. In proof of which, only look at your rascal of a postilion, whom any one of my friends would have sent post haste to the devil for half the trouble he gave me. Easy as I am, I never choose to be balked in my humours. I must have the 50 and the bus, and then I'm off as soon as you like, and I may as well have the kiss while the old lady signs the cheque, and then we shall have the seal as well as the signature. Popo, no nonsense. Many a pretty lass has thought it an honour to be kissed by Turpin." Eleanor recoiled with deepest disgust, as she saw the highwayman thrust aside the useless opposition of the priest, and approach her. He had removed his mask. His face, flushed with insolent triumph, was turned towards her. Despite the loathing which curdled the blood within her veins, she could not avert her eyes. He drew near her. She uttered a shrill scream. At that moment a powerful grasp was laid upon Turpin's shoulder. He turned and beheld Luke. "Save me! Save me!" cried Eleanor, addressing the newcomer. "Damnation!" said the highwayman. "What has brought you here? One would think you were turned assistant to all distressed damsels. Quit your hold, or, by the God above us, you will repent it." "Fool!" exclaimed Luke. "Talk thus to one who heeds you." And as he spoke, he hurled Turpin backwards with so much force that, staggering a few yards, the highwayman fell to the ground. The priest stood like one stunned with surprise at Luke's sudden appearance and subsequent daring action. Luke, meanwhile, approached Eleanor. He gazed upon her with curiosity mixed with admiration, for his heart told him she was very fair. A death-like paleness had spread over her cheeks, yet still, Despite the want of colour, she looked exquisitely beautiful, and her large blue eyes eloquently thanked her deliverer for her rescue. The words she wanted were supplied by Mrs. Mowbray, who thanked him in appropriate terms, when they were interrupted by Turpin, who had by this time picked himself up, and was drawing near them. His countenance wore a fierce expression. "I tell you what," said he, "Luke Bradley, or Luke Rookwood, or whatever else you may call yourself, you have taken a damned unfair advantage of me in this matter, and deserve nothing better at my hands than that I should call you to instant account for it, and curse me if I don't too." "Luke Bradley," interrupted Mrs. Mowbray, "are you that individual?" "I have been so called, madam," replied Luke. "Father Ambrose, is this the person of whom you spoke?" eagerly asked the lady. "So I conclude," returned the priest, evasively. "Did he not call you Luke Rookwood?" eagerly demanded Eleanor. "Is that also your name?" "Rookwood is my name, fair cousin," replied Luke, "if I may venture to call you so." "And Ranulph Rookwood is my brother." "I never heard he had a brother," rejoined Eleanor, with some agitation. "How can that be?" "I am his brother, nevertheless," replied Luke, moodily. "His elder brother." Eleanor turned to her mother and the priest with a look of imploring anguish. She saw a confirmation of the truth of this statement in their glances. No contradiction was offered by either to his statement. Both, indeed, appeared in some mysterious manner prepared for it. This, then, was the dreaded secret. This was the cause of her brother's sudden departure. The truth flashed with lightning swiftness across her brain. Chagrined and mortified, Luke remarked that glance of inquiry. His pride was hurt at the preference thus naturally shown towards his brother. He had been struck, deeply struck, with her beauty. He acknowledged the truth of Peter's words. Eleanor's loveliness was without parallel. He had seen naught so fair, and the instant he beheld her, he felt that for her alone could he cancel his vows to Sybil. The spirit of rivalry and jealousy was instantly aroused by Eleanor's exclamations. "His elder brother!" echoed Eleanor, dwelling upon his words, and addressing Luke. "Then you must be. But no, you are not. You cannot be. It is Ranulph's title. It is not yours. You are not." "I am Sir Luke Rookwood," replied Luke, proudly. Ere the words were uttered, Eleanor had fainted. "Assistance is at hand, madam, if you will accept it, and follow me," said Luke, raising the insensible girl in his arms, and bearing her down the hill towards the encampment, whither he was followed by Mrs. Mowbray and the priest, between whom, during the hurried dialogue we have detailed, very significant glances had been exchanged. Turpin, who, as may be supposed, had not been an incurious observer of the scene passing, burst into his usual loud laugh on seeing Luke bear away his lovely burden. "Cousin, ha, ha, said he. "So the wench is his cousin. Damme, I half suspect he has fallen in love with his new-found cousin; and if so, Miss Sybil, or I'm mistaken, will look as yellow as a guinea, if that little Spanish devil gets it into her pretty jealous pate that he's about to bring home a new mistress. We shall have a tragedy scene in the twinkling of a bedpost. However, I shan't lose sight of Sir Luke until I have settled my accounts with him. Hark ye, boy," continued he, addressing the postilion, "remain where you are. You won't be wanted yet awhile, I imagine. There's a guinea for you, to drink Dick Turpin's health." Upon which he mounted his mare, and walked her easily down the hill. "And so that be Dick Turpin, folks talk so much about," soliloquized the lad, looking curiously after him. "Well, he's as civil speaking a chap as needs be. Blow my boots if he ain't. And if I'd a notion it were he, I'd ha' pulled up at first call, without more ado. Nothing like experience. I shall know better another time," added he, pocketing the douceur. Rushing swiftly down the hill, Luke tarried at the river's brink, to sprinkle some of the cool element upon the pale brow of Eleanor. As he beheld her in his arms, thoughts which he fain would have stifled in their birth took possession of his heart. "Would she were mine," murmured he. "Yet no, the wish is unworthy." But that wish returned unbidden. Eleanor opened her eyes. She was still too weak to walk without support, and Luke, raising her once more in his arms, and motioning Mrs. Mowbray to follow, crossed the brook by means of stepping stones, and conducted his charge along a bypath towards the priory, so as to avoid meeting with the crew assembled upon the green. They had gained one of the roofless halls when he encountered Balthazar. Astonished at the sight of the party, the patrico was about to address the priest as an acquaintance, when his more orthodox brother raised his finger to his lips in token of caution. The action passed unobserved. "Hie thee to Sybil," said Luke to the patrico. "Bid her haste hither. Say that this maiden, that Miss Mowbray, is here, and requires her aid. Fly, I will bear her to the refectory." As Balthazar passed the priest, he pointed with a significant glance towards a chasm in the wall, which seemed to be an opening to some subterraneous chamber. The father again made a gesture of silence, and Balthazar hastened upon his mission. Luke led them to the refectory. He brought a chair for Eleanor's support, but so far from reviving, after such attention as could be afforded her, she appeared to become weaker. He was about to issue forth in search of Sybil, when to his surprise he found the door fastened. "You cannot pass this way," said a voice, which Luke instantly recognized as that of the Knight of Malta. "Not pass!" echoed Luke. "What does this mean?" "Our orders are from the queen," returned the knight. At this instant the low tone of a muffled bell was heard. "Ha!" exclaimed Luke, "some danger is at hand." His heart smote him as he thought of Sybil, and he looked anxiously towards Eleanor. Balthazar rushed into the room. "Where is Sybil?" cried Luke. "Will she not come?" "She will be here anon," answered the patrico. "I will seek her myself, then," said Luke. "The door by which you entered is free." "It is not free," replied Balthazar. "Remain where you are." "Who will prevent my going forth?" demanded Luke, sternly. "I will," said Barbara Lovel, as she suddenly appeared in the doorway. "You stir not, excepting at my pleasure. Where is the maiden?" continued she, looking around with a grim smile of satisfaction at the consternation produced by her appearance. "Ha! I see, she faints. Here is a cordial that shall revive her. Mrs. Mowbray, you are welcome to the gipsy's dwelling, you and your daughter. And you, Sir Luke Rookwood, I congratulate you upon your accession of dignity." Turning to the priest, who was evidently overwhelmed with confusion, she exclaimed, "And you too, sir? Think you I recognize you not? We have met ere this at Rookwood. Know you not Barbara Lovel? Ah, it is long since my poor dwelling has been so highly honored. But I must not delay the remedy. Let her drink of this," said she, handing a phial to Mrs. Mowbray. "It will instantly restore her." "It is poison," cried Luke. "She shall not drink it." "Poison!" reiterated Barbara. "Behold!" and she drank of the liquid. "I would not poison your bride," added she, returning to Luke. "My bride?" echoed Luke. "Ay, your bride," repeated Barbara. Luke recoiled in amazement. Mrs. Mowbray almost felt inclined to believe she was a dreamer, so visionary did the whole scene appear. A dense crowd of witnesses stood at the entrance. Foremost amongst them was the sexton. Suddenly a shriek was heard, and the crowd opening to allow her passage, Sybil rushed forward. End of Chapter 6, Book 3. Chapter 7, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 7, Mrs. Mowbray. Well, go thy ways, old Nick Machiavel. There will never be the peer of thee for wholesome policy and good counsel. Thou took'st pains to chalk men out the dark paths and hidden plots of murder and deceit, and no man has the grace to follow thee. The age is unthankful, thy principles are quite forsaken and worn out of memory. Shackley Marmion's Antiquary. Sybil's sudden entrance filled the group that surrounded Mrs. Mowbray with new dismay, but she saw them not. Her soul seemed riveted by Eleanor, towards whom she rushed, and while her eye wandered over her beauty, she raised the braided hair from her brow, revealing the clear, polished forehead. Wonder, awe, devotion, pity usurped the place of hatred. The fierce expression that had lit up her dark orbs was succeeded by tender commiseration. She looked an imploring appeal at Barbara. "Ay, ay," returned the old gipsy, extending at the same time the phial. "I understand. Here is that will bring the blood once more into her pallid cheeks, and kindle the fire within her eyes. Give her of this." The effect of the potion was almost instantaneous, amply attesting Barbara's skill in its concoction. Stifled respiration first proclaimed Eleanor's recovery. She opened her large and languid eyes. Her bosom heaved almost to bursting. Her pulses throbbed quickly and feverishly, and as the stimulant operated, the wild lustre of excitement blazed in her eyes. Sybil took her hand to chafe it. The eyes of the two maidens met. They gazed upon each other steadfastly, and in silence. Eleanor knew not whom she regarded, but she could not mistake that look of sympathy. She could not mistake the tremulous pressure of her hand. She felt the silent, trickling tears. She returned the sympathizing glance, and gazed with equal wonder upon the ministering fairy, for such she almost seemed, that knelt before her. As her looks wandered from the kindly glance of Sybil to the withered and inauspicious aspect of the gipsy queen, and shifted thence to the dusty figures of her attendants, filled with renewed apprehension, she exclaimed, "Who are these, and where am I?" "You are in safety," replied Luke. "This is the ruined priory of St. Francis, and those strange personages are a horde of gipsies. You need fear no injury from them." "My deliverer!" murmured Eleanor, when all at once the recollection that he had avowed himself of Rookwood, and the elder brother of Ranulph, flashed across her memory. "Gipsies! Did you not say these people were gipsies? Your own attire is the same as theirs. You are not, cannot be, the brother of Ranulph." "I do not boast the same mother," returned Luke, proudly; "but my father was Sir Piers Rookwood, and I am his elder born." He turned away. Dark thoughts swept across his brain. Maddened by the beauty of Eleanor, stung by her slights, and insensible to the silent agony of Sybil, who sought in vain to catch his eye, he thought of nothing but of revenge, and the accomplishment of his purposes. All within was a wild and fearful turmoil. His better principles were stifled by the promptings of evil. "Methinks," cried he, half aloud, "if the tempter were near to offer the maiden to me, even at the peril of my soul's welfare, I could not resist it." The tempter was at hand. He is seldom absent on occasions like the present. The sexton stood beside his grandson. Luke started. He eyed Peter from head to foot, almost expecting to find the cloven foot, supposed to be proper to the fiend. Peter grinned in ghastly derision. "So you would summon hell to your aid, and lo, the devil is at your elbow. Well, she is yours." "Make good your words," cried Luke, impatiently. "Softly, softly," returned Peter. "Moderate yourself, and your wishes shall be accomplished. Your own desires chime with those of others, nay, with those of Barbara. She would wed you to Miss Mowbray. You stare, but it is so. This is a cover for some deeper plot. No matter, it shall go hard, despite her cunning, if I foil her not at her own weapons. There is more mischief in that old woman's brain than was ever hatched within the crocodile's egg. Yet she shall find her match. Do not thwart her. Leave all to me. She's about it now," added he, noticing Barbara and Mrs. Mowbray in conference together. "Be patient. I will watch her." And he quitted his grandson for the purpose of scanning more closely the manoeuvres of the old gipsy. Barbara, meanwhile, had not remained inactive. "You need fear no relapse in your daughter. I will answer for that," said the old gipsy to Mrs. Mowbray. "Sybil will tend her. Quit not the maiden's side," continued she, addressing her grandchild, adding in a whisper, "Be cautious, alarm her not. Mine eye will be upon you. Drop not a word." So saying, she shuffled to a little distance with Mrs. Mowbray, keeping Sybil in view, and watching every motion, as the panther watches the gambols of a fawn. "Know you who speaks to you?" said the old crone, in the peculiar low and confidential tone assumed by her tribe to strangers. "Have you forgotten the name of Barbara Lovel?" "I have no distinct remembrance of it," returned Mrs. Mowbray. "Think again," said Barbara, "and though years have flown, you may perchance recall the black gipsy woman who, when you were surrounded with gay gallants, with dancing plumes, perused your palm, and whispered in your ear the favoured suitor's name. Bide with me a moment, madam," said Barbara, seeing that Mrs. Mowbray shrank from the recollection thus conjured up. "I am old, very old. I have survived the shows of flattery, and being vested with a power over my people, am apt, perchance, to take too much upon myself with others." The old gipsy paused here, and then, assuming a more familiar tone, exclaimed, "The estates of Rookwood are ample." "Woman, what mean you?" "They should have been yours, lady, and would have been, but for that marriage. You would have beseemed them bravely. Sir Reginald was wilful, and erased the daughter's name to substitute that of his son. Pity it is that so fair a creature as Miss Mowbray should lack the dower her beauty and her birth entitle her to expect. Pity that Ranulph Rookwood should lose his title at the moment when he deemed it was dropping into his possession. Pity that those broad lands should pass away from you and your children, as they will do if Ranulph and Eleanor are united." "They shall never be united," replied Mrs. Mowbray hastily. "'Twere indeed to wed your child to beggary," said Barbara. Mrs. Mowbray sighed deeply. "There is a way," continued the old crone in a deep whisper, "by which the estates might still be hers and yours." "Indeed," said Mrs. Mowbray eagerly. "Sir Piers Rookwood had 2 sons." "Ha!" "The elder is here." "Luke, Sir Luke, he brought us hither." "He loves your daughter. I saw his gaze of passion just now. I am old now, but I have some skill in lovers' glances. Why not wed her to him? I read hands, read hearts, you know. They were born for each other. Now, madam, do you understand me?" "But," returned Mrs. Mowbray with hesitation, "though I might sanction this, Eleanor is betrothed to Ranulph. She loves him." "Think not of her, if you are satisfied. She cannot judge so well for herself as you can for her. She is a child, and knows not what she loves. Her affection will soon be Luke's. He is a noble youth, the image of his grandfather, your father, Sir Reginald. And if your daughter be betrothed to any one, 'twas to the heir of Rookwood. That was an essential part of the contract. Why should the marriage not take place at once, and here?" "Here? How were that possible?" "You are within sacred walls. I will take you where an altar stands. There is no lack of holy priests to join their hands together. Your companion, Father Ambrose, as you call him, will do the office fittingly. He has essayed his clerkly skill already on others of your house." "To what do you allude, mysterious woman?" asked Mrs. Mowbray, with anxiety. "To Sir Piers and Susan Bradley," returned Barbara. "That priest united them." "Indeed, he never told me this." "He dared not do so. He had an oath which bound him to concealment. The time is coming when greater mysteries will be revealed." "'Tis strange I should not have heard of this before," said Mrs. Mowbray, musingly; "and yet I might have guessed as much from his obscure hints respecting Ranulph. I see it all now. I see the gulf into which I might have been plunged. But I am warned in time. Father Ambrose," continued she, to the priest, who was pacing the chamber at some little distance from them, Is it true that my brother was wedded by you to Susan Bradley?" Ere the priest could reply, the sexton presented himself. "Ha! The very father of the girl," said Mrs. Mowbray, "whom I met with in our family vault, and who was so strangely moved when I spoke to him of Alan Rookwood. Is he here likewise?" "Alan Rookwood!" echoed Barbara, upon whom a light seemed suddenly to break. "Ha! What said he of him?" "Ill-boding raven," interposed Peter, fiercely, "be content with what thou knowest of the living, and trouble not the repose of the dead. Let them rest in their infamy." "The dead!" echoed Barbara, with a chuckling laugh. "Ha, ha! He is dead, then. And what became of his fair wife, his brother's minion? 'Twas a foul deed, I grant, and yet there was expiation. Blood flowed. Blood." "Silence, thou night hag!" thundered Peter, "or I will have 3 burned at the stake for the sorcery thou practisest. Beware," added he, in a deep tone, "I am thy friend." Barbara's withered countenance exhibited for an instant the deepest indignation at the sexton's threat. The malediction trembled on her tongue. She raised her staff to smite him, but she checked the action. In the same tone, and with a sharp, suspicious look, she replied, "My friend, sayest thou? See that it prove so, or beware of me." And, with a malignant scowl, the gipsy queen slowly shuffled towards her satellites, who were stationed at the door. End of Chapter 7, Book 3. Chapter 8, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 8. The Parting. No marriage I esteem it, where the friends force love upon their children, where the virgin is not so truly given as betrayed. I would not have betrothed people, for I can by no means call them lovers, make their rites no wedlock, but a sacrifice. Combat of Love and Friendship. Eleanor Mowbray had witnessed her mother's withdrawal from her side with much uneasiness, and was with difficulty prevented by Sybil from breaking upon her conference with the gipsy queen. Barbara's dark eye was fixed upon them during the whole of the interview, and communicated an indefinite sense of dread to Eleanor. Who is that old woman?" asked Eleanor under her breath. "Never, even in my wildest dreams, have I seen aught so terrible. Why does she look so at us? She terrifies me, and yet she cannot mean me ill. Or my mother. We have never injured her." "Alas!" sighed Sybil. "You sigh!" exclaimed Eleanor in alarm. "Is there any real danger, then? Help us to avoid it. Quick, warn my mother. She seems agitated. Oh, let me go to her." "Hush!" whispered Sybil, maintaining an unmoved demeanor under the lynx-like gaze of Barbara. "Stir not, as you value your life. You know not where you are, or what may befall you. Your safety depends upon your composure. Your life is not in danger, but what is dearer than life, your love, is threatened with a fatal blow. There is a dark design to wed you to another." "Heavens!" ejaculated Eleanor. "And to whom?" "To Sir Luke Rookwood." "I would die sooner. Marry him? They shall kill me ere they force me to it." "Could you not love him?" "Love him? I have only seen him within this hour. I knew not of his existence. He rescued me from peril. I would thank him. I would love him, if I could, for Ranulph's sake. And yet for Ranulph's sake I hate him." "Speak not of him thus to me," said Sybil, angrily. "If you love him not, I love him. Oh, forgive me, lady. Pardon my impatience. My heart is breaking, yet it has not ceased to beat for him. You say you will die sooner than consent to this forced union. Your faith shall not be so cruelly attested. If there must be a victim, I will be the sacrifice. God grant I may be the only one. Be happy as I am wretched.
You shall see what the love of a gipsy can do."
As she spoke, Sybil burst into a flood of passionate tears. Eleanor regarded her with the deepest commiseration, but the feeling was transient, for Barbara, now advancing, exclaimed,
"Hence to your mother. The bridegroom is waiting. To your mother, girl."
and she motioned Eleanor fiercely away.
"What means this?" continued the old gipsy. "What have you said to that girl? Did I not caution you against speech with her? And you have dared to disobey me? You, my grandchild, the daughter of my Agatha, with whom my slightest wish was law. I abandon you. I curse you."
"Oh, curse me not," cried Sybil.
"Add not to my despair." "Then follow my advice implicitly. Cast off this weakness. All is in readiness. Luke shall descend into the vaulted chapel. The ceremony shall there take place. There also shall Eleanor die, and there again shall you be wedded. Take this phial. Place it within the folds of your girdle. When all is over, I will tell you how to use it. Are you prepared? Shall we set out?"
"I am prepared," replied Sybil, in accents hollow as despair. "But let me speak with Luke before I go."
"Be brief, then. Each moment is precious. Keep a guard upon your tongue. I will to Mrs. Mowbray. You have placed the phial in safety. A drop will free you from your troubles."
"'Tis in that hope I guard it," replied Sybil, as she departed in the direction of Luke. Barbara watched her join him, and then turned shortly towards Mrs. Mowbray and her daughter. "You are ill, dear Luke," said Sybil, who had silently approached her faithless lover. "Very ill."
"Ill?"
echoed Luke, breaking into frantic laughter. "Ill! Upon my wedding day? No, I am well. Well, your eyes are jaundiced by jealousy."
"Luke, dear Luke, laugh not thus. It terrifies me. I shall think you insane. There, you are calmer. You are more like yourself, more human. You look just now, oh God, that I should say it of you, as if you were possessed by demons."
"And if I were possessed, what then?"
"Horrible! Hint not at it. You almost make me credit the dreadful tales I have heard, that on their wedding day the Rookwoods are subject to the power of the evil one."
"Upon their wedding day? And I look thus?"
"You do. You do. Oh, cast this frenzy from you."
"She is mine. She's mine. I care not though fiends possess me, if it is my wedding day, and Eleanor is my bride. And you say I look like a Rookwood? Ha, 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 ha!
That wild laughter again, Luke. I implore you, hear me one word, my last."
"I will not bear reproaches."
"I mean not to reproach you. I come to bless you, to forgive you, to bid you farewell. Will you not say farewell?"
"Farewell."
"Not so, not so. Mercy, my God, compassionate him and me. My heart will break with agony. Luke, if you would not kill me, recall that word. Let not the guilt of my death be yours. 'Tis to save you from that remorse that I die."
"Sybil, you have said rightly. I'm not myself. I know not what demons have possession of my soul, that I can behold your agonies without remorse, that your matchless affection should awaken no return. Yet it is so, since the fatal moment when I beheld yon maid. I have loved her. No more. Now I can part with you. Farewell. Stay, stay, wretch that I am. Stay, Sybil. If we must part, and that it must be so, I feel, let me receive your pardon, if you can bestow it. Let me clasp you once more within my arms. May you live to happier days. May you. Oh, to die thus," sobbed Sybil, disengaging herself from his embrace. "Live to happier days, said you. When have I given you reason to doubt for an instant the sincerity of my love, that you should insult me thus? Then live with me. Live for me. If you can love me still, I will live as your slave, your minion, your wife. Aught you will have me be. You have raised me from wretchedness. Oh," continued she, in an altered tone, "have I mistaken your meaning? Did you utter those words in false compassion for my sufferings? Speak, it is not yet too late. All may be well. My fate, my life is in your hands.
If you love me yet, if you can forsake Eleanor, speak. If not, be silent."
Luke averted his head.
"Enough,"
continued Sybil, in a voice of agony.
"I understand. May God forgive you. Fare you well. We shall meet no more."
"Do we part for ever?" asked Luke, without daring to regard her.
"For ever,"
answered Sybil. Before her lover could reply, she shot from his side, and plunging amidst the dark and dense assemblage near the door, disappeared from view. An instant after, she emerged into the open air. She stood within the roofless hall. It was filled with sunshine, with the fresh breath of morn. The ivied ruins, the grassy floor, the blue vault of heaven, seemed to greet her with a benignant smile. All was riant and rejoicing. All save her heart. Amid such brightness, her sorrow seemed harsh and unnatural. As she felt the glad influence of day, she was scarcely able to refrain from tears. It was terrible to leave this beautiful world, that blue sky, that sunshine, and all she loved, so young, so soon. Entering a low arch that yawned within the wall, she vanished like a ghost at the approach of morn. End of Chapter 8, Book 3. Chapter 9, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 9, The Philterer. Thou hast practised on her with foul charms, abused her delicate youth with drugs and minerals. Shakespeare, Othello. To return to Eleanor Mowbray. In a state of mind bordering upon distraction, she rushed to her mother, and, flinging her arms wildly around her neck, besought to protect her. Mrs. Mowbray gazed anxiously upon the altered countenance of her daughter, but a few moments relieved her from much of her uneasiness. The expression of pain gradually subsided, and the look of vacuity was succeeded by one of frenzied excitement. A film had, for an instant or two, dimmed her eyes. They now gleamed with unnatural lustre. She smiled. The smile was singular. It was not the playful, pleasurable lighting up of the face that it used to be, but it was a smile, and the mother's heart was satisfied. Mrs. Mowbray knew not to what circumstance she could attribute this wondrous change. She looked at the priest. He was more apt in divining the probable cause of the sudden alteration in Eleanor's manner. "What if she has swallowed a love powder?" said he, approaching Mrs. Mowbray, and speaking in a whisper. "I have heard of such abominable mixtures. Indeed, the holy Saint Jerome himself relates an instance of similar sorcery in his life of Hilarius, and these people are said to compound them." "It may be so," replied Mrs. Mowbray, in the same tone. "I think that the peculiar softness in the eye is more than natural." "I will at least hazard an experiment to attest the truth or fallacy of my supposition," returned the father. "Do you see your destined bridegroom yonder?" continued he, addressing Eleanor. She followed with her eyes in the direction which Father Ambrose pointed. She beheld Luke. We know not how to describe the sensations which now possessed her. She thought not of Ranulph, or, if she did, it was with vague indifference. Wrapped in a kind of mental trance, she yielded to the pleasurable impulse that directed her unsettled fancies towards Luke. For some moments she did not take her eyes from him. The priest and Mrs. Mowbray watched her in silence. Nothing passed between the party till Luke joined them. Eleanor continued gazing at him, and the seeming tenderness of her glance emboldened Luke to advance towards her. The soft fire that dwelt in those orbs was, however, cold as the shining wing of the Luciola. Luke approached her. He took her hand. She withdrew it not. He kissed it. Still she withdrew it not, but gazed at him with gently glimmering eyes. "My daughter is yours, Sir Luke Rookwood," exclaimed Mrs. Mowbray. "What says the maid herself?" asked Luke. Eleanor answered not. Her eyes were still fixed upon him. "She will not refuse me her hand," said Luke. The victim resisted not.
"To the subterranean shrine!"
cried Barbara, and she gave the preconcerted signal to the band. The signal was repeated by the gipsy crew. We may here casually note that the crew had been by no means uninterested or silent spectators of passing events, but had, on the contrary, indulged themselves in a variety of conjectures as to their probable issue. Several bets were pending as to whether it would be a match or not, after all. Zoroaster took long odds that the match was off, offering a bean to half a quid. In other words, a guinea to half a guinea, that Sybil would be the bride. His offer was taken at once by Jerry Juniper, and backed by the Knight of Malta. "Ha! Here's the signal," cried the knight. "I'll trouble you for the bean." "And I," said Jerry Juniper, "for another."
"See him fairly spliced first," replied the Magus. "That's vot I betted." "Vell, vell, a few minutes will settle that. Come, pals, to the autumn ken. Avay, mind and obey orders."
"Ay, ay," answered the crew. "Here's a torch for the altar of Hymen," said the knight, flashing his torch in the eyes of the patrico as he passed him.
"For the altar of Haman, you might say," returned Balthazar, sulkily. "It's well if some of us don't swing for it." "You don't say," rejoined the perplexed Magus. "Swing? Egad, I fear it's a ticklish business. But there's no fighting shy, I fear, with Barbara present. And then there's that infernal autumn bawler. It will be so cursedly regular. If you had done the job, Balty, it would not have signified a brass farden. Luckily, there will be no witnesses to snitch upon us. There will be no one in the vault besides ourselves."
"There will be a silent and a solemn witness," returned Balthazar,
"and one whom you expect not." "Eh? What's that you say? A spy?"
But the patrico was gone. "Make way there, make way, pals, for the bride and bridegroom," cried the Knight of Malta, drawing Excalibur, and preparing to lead the way to the vault. The train began to move. Eleanor leaned upon the arm of her mother. Beside them stalked Barbara, with an aspect of triumph. Luke followed with the priest. One by one the assemblage quitted the apartment. The sexton alone lingered.
"The moment is at hand," said he, musingly, "when all shall be consummated."
A few steps brought him into the court. The crowd was there still. A brief delay had taken place. The Knight of Malta then entered the mouth of the vault. He held his torch so as to reveal a broken flight of steps, conducting, it would seem, to regions of perpetual night. So thought Eleanor, as she shudderingly gazed into the abyss. She hesitated. She trembled. She refused. But her mother's entreaties, and Barbara's threatening looks, induced, in the end, reluctant compliance. At length the place was empty. Peter was about to follow, when the sound of a horse's hoofs broke upon his ear. He tarried for an instant, and the mounted figure of the highwayman burst within the limits of the court. "Ha, ha, my old earthworm!" cried Dick. "My Nestor of the churchyard, alone! Where the devil are all the folks gone? Where's Sir Luke and his new-found cousin, eh?" Peter hastily explained. "A wedding underground, famous! The thing of all others I should like to see. I'll hang best to this ivy tod, and grub my way with you thither, old mole." "You must stay here and keep guard," returned Peter. "May I be hanged if I do, when such fun is going on." "Hanged, in all probability, you will be," returned Peter; "but I should not, were I you.
desire to anticipate my destiny. Stay here you must, and shall, that's peremptory. You will be the gainer by it. Sir Luke will reward you nobly. I will answer for him. You can serve him most effectually. Ranulph Rookwood and Major Mowbray are expected here."
"The devil they are! But how, or why?"
"I have not time to explain. In case of a surprise, discharge a pistol. They must not enter the vault. Have you a whistle? For you must play a double part, and we may need your assistance below."
"Sir Luke may command me. Here's a pipe as shrill as the devil's own catcall."
"If it will summon you to our assistance below, 'tis all I need. May we rely on you?"
"When did Dick Turpin desert his friends? Anywhere on this side of the Styx the sound of that whistle will reach me. I'll ride about the court and stand sentry."
"Enough,"
replied the sexton, as he dived underground. "Take care of your shins," shouted Dick. "That's a cursed ugly turn, but he's used to the dark. A surprise, eh? I'll just give a look to my snappers. Flint's all safe. Now I'm ready for them. Come when they like." And, having made the circuit of the place, he halted near the mouth of the subterranean chapel, to be within hearing of Peter's whistle, and throwing his right leg lazily over his saddle, proceeded coolly to light a short pipe, the luxury of the cigar being then unknown, humming the while snatches of a ballad, the theme of which was his own calling. The Scampsman. Quis vere rex. Seneca. There is not a king, should you search the world round, so blithe as a king of the road to be found. His pistols, his sceptre, his saddles, his throne, whence he levies supplies or enforces alone. Derry down. To this monarch the highway presents a wide field, where each passing subject a tribute must yield. His palace, the tavern, receives him at night, where sweet lips and sound liquor crown all with delight. Derry down. The soldier and sailor, both robbers by trade, full soon on the shelf, if disabled, are laid. The one gets a patch, and the other a peg, but while luck lasts, the highwayman shakes loose a leg. Derry down. Most fowl rise at dawn, but the owl wakes at e'en, and the jollier bird can there nowhere be seen. Like the owl, our snug scampsman his snooze takes by day, and when night draws her curtain, scuds after his prey. Derry down. As the highwayman's life is the fullest of zest, so the highwayman's death is the briefest and best. He dies not as other men die, by degrees, but at once, without wincing, and quite at his ease. Derry down. And thus, for the present, we leave him, O rare Dick Turpin. End of Chapter 9, Book 3. Chapter 10, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 10. Saint Cyprian's Cell. Lasciate ogni speranza voi entrate. Dante. Cyprian de Mulverton, 5th prior of the monastery of St. Francis, a prelate of singular sanctity, being afflicted in his latter days with a despondency so deep that neither penance nor fasting could remove it, vowed never again to behold, with earthly eyes, the blessed light of heaven, nor to dwell longer with his fellow men, but, relinquishing his spiritual dignity, the world forgetting by the world forgot, to immure himself while living within the tomb. He kept his vow. Out of the living rock that sustained the saintly structure, beneath the chapel of the monastery, was another chapel wrought, and thither, after bidding an eternal farewell to the world, and bestowing his benediction upon his flock, whom he committed to the care of his successor, the holy man retired. Never, save at midnight, and only then during the performance of masses for his soul's repose, did he ascend from his cell. And as the sole light allowed within the dismal dungeon of his choice was that of a sepulchral lamp, as none spoke with him when in his retreat, save in muttered syllables, what effect must a lustre emanating from 1,000 tapers, The warm and pungent odours of the incense-breathing shrine contrasted with the earthly vapours of his prison house, and the solemn swell of the sanctus have had upon his excited senses. Surely they must have seemed like a foretaste of the heaven he sought to gain. Ascetic to the severest point to which nature's endurance could be stretched, Cyprian even denied himself repose. He sought not sleep, and knew it only when it stole on him unawares. His couch was the flinty rock, and long afterwards, when the zealous resorted to the sainted prior's cell, and were shown those sharp and jagged stones, they marvelled how one like unto themselves could rest, or even recline upon their points without anguish, until it was explained to them that, doubtless, he who tempereth the wind to the shorn lamb had made that flinty couch soft to the holy sufferer as a bed of down. His limbs were clothed in a garb of horsehair of the coarsest fabric. His drink was the dank drops that oozed from the porous walls of his cell, and his sustenance such morsels as were bestowed upon him by the poor, the only strangers permitted to approach him. No fire was suffered where perpetual winter reigned. None were admitted to his nightly vigils. None witnessed any act of penance, nor were any groans heard to issue from that dreary cave. But the knotted, blood-stained thong, discovered near his couch, too plainly betrayed in what manner those long, lone nights were spent. Thus did a year roll on. Traces of his sufferings were visible in his failing strength. He could scarcely crawl, but he meekly denied assistance. He appeared not, as had been his wont, at the midnight mass. The door of his cell was thrown open at that hour. The light streamed down like a glory upon his reverend head. He heard the distant reverberations of the deep miserere, and breathed odours as if wafted from paradise. One morn it chanced that they who sought his cell found him with his head upon his bosom, kneeling before the image of the virgin patroness of his shrine. Fearing to disturb his devotions, they stood reverently looking on, and thus silently did they tarry for an hour. But in that space he had shown no signs of motion. Fearing the worst, they ventured to approach him. He was cold as the marble before which he knelt. In the act of humblest intercession, it may be, in the hope of grace, had Cyprian's spirit fled. "Blessed are they who die in the Lord," exclaimed his brethren, regarding his remains with deepest awe. On being touched, the body fell to the ground. It was little more than a skeleton. Under the cloisters of the holy pile were his bones interred, with a degree of pomp and ostentation that little accorded with the lowliness and self-abasement of this man of many sorrows. This chapel, at the time of which we treat, was pretty much in the same condition as it existed in the days of its holy inmate. Hewn out of the entrails of the rock, the roof, the vaults, the floor, were of solid granite. 3 huge cylindrical pillars carved out of the native rock, rough as the stems of gnarled oak trees, lent support to the ceiling. Support, however, was unneeded. An earthquake would scarce have shaken down those solid rafters. Only in one corner, where the water welled through a crevice of the rock, in drops that fell like tears, was decay manifest. Here the stone, worn by the constant dripping, had, in some places, given way. In shape, the vault was circular. The integral between each massive pillar formed a pointed arch. Again, from each pillar sprang other arches, which, crossed by diagonal ogive branches, weaving one into the other, and radiating from the centre, form those beautifully intricate combinations upon which the eye of the architectural enthusiast loves to linger. Within the ring formed by these triple columns, in which again the pillars had their own web of arches, was placed an altar of stone, and beside it a crucifix of the same rude material. Here also stood the sainted image of her who had filled the prior with holy aspirations, now a shapeless stone. The dim lamp, that like a star struggling with the thick gloom of a wintry cell, had shed its slender radiance over the brow of the Virgin Thecla, was gone. But around the keystone of the central arches, whence a chain had once depended, might be traced, in ancient characters, half effaced by time, the inscription, Sta Thecla ora pro nobis. One outlet only was there from the chapel, that which led by winding steps to the monastery; one only recess, the prior's cell. The former faced the altar, the latter yawned like the mouth of a tomb at its back. Altogether it was a dreary place. Dumb were its walls as when they refused to return the murmured orisons of the anchorite. One uniform sad coloring prevailed throughout. The grey granite was grown hoar with age, and had a ghostly look. The columns were ponderous, and projected heavy shadows. Sorrow and superstition had their tale, and the moral gloom deepened the darkness of the spot. Despair, which had inspired its construction, seemed to brood therein. Hope shunned its inexorable recesses. Alone within this dismal sanctuary, with hands outstretched towards the desecrated image of its tutelar saint, knelt Sybil. All was darkness. Neither the heavy vapors that surrounded her, nor the shrine before which she bent, were visible. But, familiar with the dreary spot, she knew that she had placed herself aright. Her touch had satisfied her that she bowed before the altar of stone, that her benighted vision was turned towards the broken image of the saint, though now involved in gloom the most profound; and with clasped hands and streaming eyes, in low and mournful tones, she addressed herself in the following hymn to the tutelar saint of the spot: Hymn to Saint Thecla. In my trouble, in my anguish, in the depths of my despair, as in grief and pain I languish, unto thee I raise my prayer. Sainted Virgin, martyred maiden, let thy countenance incline upon one with woes o'erladen, kneeling lonely at thy shrine, that in agony, in terror, in her blind perplexity, wandering weak, in doubt and error, calleth feebly upon thee. Sinful thoughts, sweet saint, oppress me, thoughts that will not be dismissed. Temptations dark possess me, which my strength may not resist. I am full of pain, and weary of my life I fain would die. Unto me the world is dreary, to the grave for rest I fly. For rest, oh, could I borrow thy bright wings, celestial dove, they should waft me from my sorrow, where peace dwells in bowers above. Upon one with woes o'erladen, kneeling lonely at thy shrine. Sainted Virgin, martyred maiden, let thy countenance incline. Mei miserere Virgo, requiem aeternam dona. By thy loveliness, thy purity, unpolluted, undefiled, that in serene security upon earth's temptations smiled, by the fetters that constrained thee, by thy flame-attested faith, by the fervour that sustained thee, by thine angel-ushered death, by thy soul's divine elation, mid thine agonies assuring of thy sanctified translation to beatitude enduring, by the mystic interfusion of thy spirit with the rays that in ever bright profusion round the throne eternal blaze, by thy portion now partaken, with the pain perfected just, look on one of hope forsaken, from the gates of mercy thrust, upon one with woes o'erladen, kneeling lowly at thy shrine. Sainted Virgin, martyred maiden, let thy countenance incline. Ora pro me mortis ora, Sancta Virgo, oro te, Kyrie eleison. The sweet, sad voice of the singer died faintly away. The sharpness of her sorrow was assuaged. Seldom, indeed, is it that fervent supplication fails to call down solace to the afflicted. Sybil became more composed. She still, however, trembled at the thoughts of what remained to be done. "They will be here ere my prayer is finished," murmured she, "ere the end is accomplished.
for which I came hither alone. Let me make peace with my Creator, ere I surrender my being to his hands, and then let them deal with me as they will." And she bowed her head in lowly prayer. Again raising her hands, and casting her eyes towards the black ceiling, she implored in song the intercession of the saintly man who had bequeathed his name to the cell. Hymn to Saint Cyprian. Hear, oh hear me, sufferer holy, who didst make thine habitation mid these rocks, devoting wholly life to one long expiation of thy guiltiness, and solely by severe mortification didst deliver thee. Oh, hear me, in my dying moments cheer me, by thy penance, self-denial, aid me in the hour of trial. May, through thee, my prayers prevailing on the majesty of heaven, or the hosts of hell, assailing my soul in this dark hour, be driven. So my spirit, when exhaling, may of sinfulness be shriven, and his gift unto the giver may be rendered pure as ever, by thy own dark dread possession. Aid me with thine intercession. Scarcely had she concluded this hymn, when the torch of the Knight of Malta in part dissipated the gloom that hung around the chapel. End of Chapter 10, Book 3. Chapter 11, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 11, The Bridal. Carrie. I will not die. I must not. I am contracted to a young gentleman. Executioner. Here's your wedding ring. Duchess of Malfi. Slowly did the train descend, solemnly and in silence, as if the rites at which they were about to assist had been those of funereal, and not of nuptial, solemnization. Indeed, to look upon those wild and fierce faces by the ruddily flashing torchlight, which lent to each a stern and savage expression, to see those scowling visages surrounding a bride, from whose pallid cheeks every vestige of colour, and almost of animation, had fled, and a bridegroom, with a countenance yet more haggard, and demeanour yet more distracted, the beholder must have imagined that the spectacle was some horrible ceremonial, practised by demons rather than human beings. The arched vault, the pillars, the torchlight, the deep shadows, and the wild figures formed a picture worthy of Rembrandt or Salvator. "Is Sybil within the chapel?" asked Barbara. "I am here," returned a voice from the altar. "Why do we tarry?" said the gipsy queen. "We are all assembled. To the altar!" "To the altar!" shrieked Eleanor. "Oh, no, no!" "Remember my threat, and obey," muttered Barbara. "You are in my power now." A convulsive sob was all the answer Eleanor could make. "Our number is not complete," said the priest, who had looked in vain for the sexton. "Peter Bradley is not with us." "Ha!" exclaimed Barbara. "Let him be sought for instantly." "Their search need not extend beyond this spot," said Peter, stepping forward. The Knight of Malta advanced towards the altar. The torchlight reddened upon the huge stone pillars. It fell upon the shrine, and upon the ghastly countenance of Sybil, who stood beside it. Suddenly, as the light approached her, an object, hitherto hidden from view, was revealed. Sybil uttered a prolonged and fearful shriek. The knight recoiled likewise in horror, and a simultaneous cry of astonishment burst from the lips of the foremost of the group. All crowded forwards, and universal consternation prevailed amongst the assemblage. Each one gazed at his neighbour, anxious to learn the occasion of this tumult, and vague fears were communicated to those behind, from the terrible glances
which were the only answers returned by their comrades in front.
"Who has dared to bring that body here?"
demanded Barbara, in a tone in which anger struggled with apprehension, pointing at the same time to the ghastly corpse of a female, with streaming hair, at the altar's feet.
"Who has dared do this, I say? Quick, remove it! What do you stare at? Cravens, is this the first time you have looked upon a corpse, that you should shrink aghast, that you tremble before it? It is a clod, ay, less than a clod. Away with it, away, I say!"
"Touch it not!" cried Luke, lifting a cloud of black hair from off the features. "It is my mother's body."
"My daughter!"
exclaimed the sexton.
"What!"
vociferated Barbara.
"Is that your daughter? Is that the first Lady Rookwood? Are the dead arisen to do honour to these nuptials? Speak, you can perchance explain how she came hither."
"I know not," returned Peter, glancing fiercely at Barbara.
"I may anon demand that question of you. How came this body here?" "Ask of Richard Checkley,"
said Barbara, turning to the priest.
"He can perchance inform you. Priest,"
added she, in a low voice,
"this is your handiwork." "Checkley!"
screamed Peter.
"Is that Richard Checkley? Is that—" "Peace!" thundered Barbara. "Will none remove the body? Once more I ask you, do you fear the dead?"
A murmur arose. Balthazar alone ventured to approach the corpse. Luke started to his feet as he advanced, his eyes glaring with tiger fury. "Back, old man!" cried he, "and dare not, any of you, to lay a sacrilegious finger on her corpse, or I will stretch him that advances as lowly as lies my mother's head. When or how it came hither matters not. Here at the altar has it been placed, and none shall move it hence. The dead shall witness my nuptials. Fate has ordained it, my fate, o'er which the dead preside. Her ring shall link me to my bride. I knew not, when I snatched it from her death cold finger, to what end I preserved it. I learn it now. It is here." And he held forth a ring.
"'Tis a fatal boon, that twice used ring,"
cried Sybil.
"Such a ring my mother, on her deathbed, said should be mine. Such a ring, she said, should wed me."
"Unto whom?" fiercely demanded Luke.
"Unto death,"
she solemnly rejoined. Luke's countenance fell. He turned aside, deeply abashed, unable further to brook her gaze, while in accents of such wildly touching pathos as sank into the hearts of each who heard her, hearts, few of them framed of penetrable stuff, the despairing maiden burst into the following strain:
"The twice used ring. Beware thy bridal day, on her deathbed side, my mother. Beware, beware, I say. Death shall wed thee, and no other. Cold the hand shall grasp thee, cold the arms shall clasp thee, cold the lips thy kiss shall smother. Beware thy bridal kiss. Thy wedding ring shall be from a clay cold finger taken, from one that, like to thee, was by her love forsaken. For a twice used ring is a fatal thing. Her griefs who wore it are partaken. Beware that fatal ring. The altar and the grave, many steps are not asunder. Bright banners o'er thee wave. Shrouded horror lieth under. Blithe may sound the bell, yet 'twill toll thy knell. Scathed thy chaplet by the thunder. Beware that blighteth wreath. Beware my bridal day. Dying lips thy doom have spoken. Deep tones call me away. From the grave is sent a token. Cold, cold fingers bring that ill-omened ring. Soon will a second heart be broken. This is my bridal day."
There was a deep, profound silence, as the last melancholy cadence died away, and many a rugged heart was melted, even to tears. Eleanor, meanwhile, remained in a state of passive stupefaction, vacantly gazing at Sybil, upon whom alone her eyes were fixed, and appearing indistinctly to apprehend the meaning of her song.
"This is my bridal day,"
murmured she, in a low tone, when Sybil had finished.
"Said not that sweet voice so? I know 'tis my bridal day. What a church you have chosen, mother! A tomb, a sepulchre, but 'tis meet for such nuptials as mine. And what wedding guests? Was that pale woman in her shroud-like dress invited here by you? Tell me that, mother."
"My God, her senses are gone!" cried Mrs. Mowbray. "Why did I venture into this horrible place?"
"Ask not why now, madam," rejoined the priest. "The hour for consideration is past. We must act. Let the marriage proceed at all hazards. We will then take means to extricate ourselves from this accursed place."
"Remove that horrible object," said Mrs. Mowbray. "It fascinates the vision of my child."
"Lend me your hand, Richard Checkley," said Peter, sternly regarding the priest. "No, no," replied the priest, shuddering. "I will not, cannot touch it. Do you alone remove it."
Peter approached Luke. The latter now offered no further opposition, and the body was taken away. The eyes of Eleanor followed it into the dark recesses of the vault, and when she should no longer distinguish the white flutter of the cereclothes, her laboring bosom seemed torn asunder with the profound sigh that burst from it, and her head declined upon her shoulder.
"Let me see that ring,"
said the priest, addressing Luke, who still held the wedding ring between his fingers. "I am not naturally superstitious," said Mrs. Mowbray. "Whether my mind be affected with the horrors of this place, I know not. But I have a dread of that ring. She shall not use it."
"Where no other can be found,"
said the priest, with a significant and peculiar look at Mrs. Mowbray,
"I see no reason why this should be rejected. I should not have suspected you, madam, of such weakness. Grant there were evil spell or charm attached to it, which, trust me, there is not. As how should there be to a harmless piece of gold? My benediction and aspersion with holy lymph will have sufficient power to exorcise and expel it. To remove your fears it shall be done at once."
A cup containing water was brought, together with a plate of salt, which condiment the devil is said to abhor, and which is held to be a symbol of immortality and of eternity, in that, being itself incorruptible, it preserves all else from corruption; and with the customary Romish formula of prayer and exorcism, the priest thrice mingled the crystal particles with the pure fluid, after which, taking the ring in his hand with much solemnity, he sprinkled it with a few drops of the water which he had blessed, made the sign of the cross upon the golden circlet, uttered another and more potent exorcism to eradicate and expel every device of Satan, and delivered it back to Luke.
"She may wear it now in safety," said the sexton, with strong contempt. "Were the snake himself coiled round that consecrated bauble, the prayers of the devout Father Checkley would unclasp his lithest folds. But wherefore do we tarry now? Naught lies between us and the altar. The path is clear. The bridegroom grows impatient." "And the bride?" asked Barbara. "Is ready," replied the priest. "Madam, delay not longer. Daughter, your hand."
Eleanor gave her hand. It was clammy and cold. Supported by her mother, she moved slowly towards the altar, which was but a few steps from where she stood. She offered no resistance, but did not raise her head. Luke was by her side. Then for the first time did the enormity of the cruel, dishonorable act he was about to commit strike him with its full force. He saw it in its darkest colors. It was one of those terrible moments when the headlong wheel of passion suddenly stands still.
"There is yet time," groaned he. "Oh, let me not damn myself perpetually. Let me save her, save Sybil, save myself."
They were at the altar, that wild wedding train. High over their head the torch was raised. The red light flashed on bridegroom and on bride, giving to the pale features of each an almost livid look. It fell upon the gaunt aspect of the sexton, and lit up the smile of triumphant malice that played upon his face. It fell upon the fantastical habiliments of Barbara, and upon the haughty but perturbed physiognomy of Mrs. Mowbray. It fell upon the salient points of the Gothic arches, upon one moulded pillar, upon the marble image of the Virgin Thecla, and on the scarcely less marble countenance of Sybil, who stood beside the altar, silent, statue-like, immovable. The effect of light and shade on other parts of the scene, upon the wild drapery and harsh lineaments of many of the group, was also eminently striking. Just as the priest was about to commence the marriage service, a yelling chorus, which the gipsies were accustomed to sing at the celebration of the nuptials of one of their own tribe, burst forth. Nothing could be more horribly discordant than their song. Wedding chorus of the gipsies. Scrape the catgut, pass the liquor, let your quick feet move the quicker, tarala. Dance and sing in jolly chorus, bride and bridegroom are before us, and the patrico stands o'er us, tarala. To unite their hands he's ready, for a moment, pals, he's steady. Cease your quaffing, dancing, laughing, leave off riot, and be quiet, while 'tis doing, 'tis begun, all is over, two are one. The patrico has linked 'em, Daddy Hyman's torch has blinked 'em. Amen! To it again! Now for quaffing, now for laughing, stocking throwing, liquor flowing, for our bridals are no bridals, and our altars never alter. From the flagon we never flinch, in the jig we never falter. No, that's not our way, for we are staunch lads of Romany. For our wedding then, hurrah, 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 hurrah! This uncouth chorus ended, the marriage proceeded. Sybil had disappeared. Had she fled? No, she was by the bride. Eleanor mechanically took her place. A faint voice syllabled the responses. You could scarcely have seen Mrs. Mowbray's lips move, but the answers were given, and the priest satisfied. He took the ring, and sprinkled it once again with the holy water in the form of the cross. He pronounced the prayer. Benedic Domine, annulum hunc, quem nos in tuo nomine, benedicimus, ut cor eum gestaverit, fidelitatem integram suo sponso tenens, in pace et voluntate tua permaneat, atque in mutua charitate semper vivat. He was about to return the ring to Luke, when the torch held by the Knight of Malta was dashed to the ground by some unseen hand, and instantly extinguished. The wild pageant vanished as suddenly as the figures cast by a magic lantern upon a wall disappear when the glass is removed. A wild hubbub succeeded. Hoarsely above the clamour arose the voice of Barbara. To the door! Quickly! To the door! Let no one pass! I will find out the author of this mishap anon. Away! She was obeyed. Several of the crew stationed themselves at the door. Proceed now with the ceremony, continued Barbara. By darkness or by light, the match shall be completed. The ring was then placed upon the finger of the bride, and as Luke touched it, he shuddered. It was as cold as that of the corpse which he had clasped but now. The prayer was said, the blessing given. The marriage was complete. Suddenly there issued from the darkness deep dirge-like tones, and the voice solemnly chanted a strain which all knew to be the death song of their race, hymned by wailing women over an expiring sister. The music seemed to float in the air. The soul bell. Fast the sand of life is falling, fast her latest sigh exhaling, fast, fast is she dying. With death's chills her limbs are shivering, with death's gasp her lips are quivering. Fast her soul away is flying, o'er the mountain top it fleeteth, and the skyey wonders greeteth, singing loud as stars it meeteth on its way. Hark, the sullen soul bell tolling, hollowly in echoes rolling, seems to say, she will ope her eyes, oh never, quenched their dark light, gone for ever, she is dead. The marriage group yet lingered near the altar, awaiting, it would seem, permission from the gipsy queen to quit the cell. Luke stirred not. Clasped in his own, the cold hand of his bride detained him, and when he would have moved, her tightened grasp prevented his departure. Mrs. Mowbray's patience was exhausted by the delay. She was not altogether free from apprehension. "Why do we linger here?" she whispered to the priest. "Do you, father, lead the way?" "The crowd is dense," replied Checkley. "They resist my effort." "Are we prisoners here?" asked Mrs. Mowbray in alarm. "Let me make the attempt," cried Luke, with fiery impatience. "I will force a passage out." "Quit not your bride," whispered Peter, "as you value her safety. Heed not aught else. She alone is in danger. Suffer her not to be withdrawn from your hand.
if you would not lose her. Remain here. I will bring the matter to a speedy issue."
"Enough," replied Luke. "I stir not hence." And he drew his bride closer towards him. He stooped to imprint a kiss upon her lips. A cold shudder ran through her frame as she touched them, but she resisted not his embrace. Peter's attempt to effect an egress was as unsuccessful as that of the priest. Presenting Excalibur at his bosom, the Knight of Malta challenged him to stand. "You cannot pass," exclaimed the knight. "Our orders are peremptory."
"What am I to understand by this?" said Peter, angrily. "Why are we detained?" "You will learn all anon," returned Barbara. "In the meantime, you are my prisoners, or, if you like not the phrase, my wedding guests." "The wedding is complete," returned the sexton. "The bride and bridegroom are impatient to depart, and we, the guests, albeit some of us may be no foes to darkness, desire not to hold our nuptial revels here." "Sybil's wedding has not taken place," said Barbara. "You must tarry for that." "Ha! now it comes," thought Peter. "And who, may I ask," said he aloud, "amongst this goodly company, is to be her bridegroom?" "The best amongst them," returned Barbara. "Sir Luke Rookwood." "He has a bride already," replied Peter. "She may be removed," said Barbara, with bitter and peculiar emphasis. "Dost understand my meaning now?" "I will not understand it," said Peter. "You cannot mean to destroy her who now stands at the altar?" "She who now stands at the altar must make way for a successor. She who grasps the bridegroom's hand shall die. I swear it by the oath of my tribe."
"And think you will be allowed to execute your murderous intention with impunity?" shrieked Mrs. Mowbray, in an agony of terror. "Think you that I will stand by and see my child slaughtered before my face that my friends will suffer it? Think you that even your own tribe will dare to execute your horrible purpose? They will not. They will side with us. Even now they murmur. What can you hope to gain by an act so wild and dreadful? What object can you have?"
"The same as your own," reiterated Barbara. "The advancement of my child. Sybil is as dear to me as Eleanor is to you. She is my child's child, the daughter of my best beloved daughter. I have sworn to marry her to Sir Luke Rookwood. The means are in my power. I will keep my vow. I will wed her to him. You did not hesitate to tear your daughter from the man she loved, to give her to the man she hated. And for what? For gold, for power, for rank. I have the same motive. I love my child, and she loves Sir Luke, has loved him long and truly. Therefore, shall she have him? What to me is your child, or your feelings, except that they are subservient to my wishes? She stands in my way. I remove her." "Who placed her in your path?" asked the sexton. "Did you not lend a helping hand to create that obstacle yourself?" "I did," replied Barbara. "Would you know wherefore? I will tell you. I had a double motive for it. There is a curse upon the house of Rookwood that kills the first fair bride each generation leads to the altar. Have you never heard of it?" "I have. And did that idle legend sway you?" "And do you call it idle? You? Well, I had another motive, a prophecy." "By yourself uttered," replied Peter. "Even so," replied Barbara. "The prophecy is fulfilled. The stray rook is found. The rook hath with rook mated. Luke hath wedded Eleanor. He will hold possession of his lands. The prophecy is fulfilled."
"But how?" asked Peter. "Will your art tell you how and why she shall now hold possession? Can you tell me that?"
"My art goes not so far. I have predicted the event. It has come to pass. I am satisfied. He has wedded her. Be it mine to free him from that yoke."
And Barbara laughed exultingly. The sexton approached the old crone, and laid his hand with violence upon her shoulder.
"Hear me," cried he, "and I will tell you that which your juggling art refuses to reveal. Eleanor Mowbray is heir to the lands of Rookwood. The estates are hers. They were bequeathed to her by her grandsire, Sir Reginald."
"She was unborn when he died," cried Mrs. Mowbray.
"True," replied Peter, "but the lands were left to your issue, female, should such issue be born."
"And did Sir Piers, my brother, know of this? Did he see this will?" asked Mrs. Mowbray, with trembling impatience.
"He did, and withheld the knowledge of it from you and yours. And why knew I not this before? Why did you not tell me, ere that was done which cannot be undone? I have sacrificed my child." "Because it did not chime with my purposes to tell you," replied Peter, coldly. "It is false, it is false," cried Mrs. Mowbray, her anger and vexation getting the better of her fears. "I will not believe it. Who are you that pretend to know the secrets of our house?" "One of that house," replied the sexton. "Your name?" "Would you know my name?" answered Peter, sternly. "The time is come when I will no longer conceal it. I am Alan Rookwood." "My father's brother!" exclaimed Mrs. Mowbray. "Ay, Alan Rookwood, the sworn enemy of your father, of you, of all of ye, your fate, your destiny, your curse. I am that Alan Rookwood whose name you breathed in the vault. I am he, the avenger, the avenged. I saw your father die. I heard his groans. His groans! Ha! I saw his sons die. One fell in battle. I was with him there. The other expired in his bed. I was with Sir Piers when he breathed his last, and listened to his death agonies. 'Twas I who counselled him to keep the lands from you and from your child, and he withheld them. One only amongst the race, whose name I have cast off, have I loved, and him, because," added he, with something like emotion, "because he was my daughter's child, Luke Rookwood, and even he shall minister to my vengeance. He will be your curse, your daughter's curse, for he loves her not, yet he is her husband, and hath her land. Ha, 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 ha!" And he laughed till he became convulsed with the paroxysm of fiendish exultation. "Mine ears are stunned," cried Mrs. Mowbray. "The bride is mine. Relinquish her to me," said Barbara. "Advance and seize her, my children." Alan Rookwood, for so we shall henceforth denominate the sexton, suddenly grew calm. He raised the whistle to his lips, and blew a call so loud and shrill that those who were advancing hung back irresolute. There was a rush at the door of the vault. The sentinels were struck down, and with pistols in each hand, followed by two assistants, Dick Turpin sprang into the thick of the crew. "Here we are," cried he, "ready for action. Where is Sir Luke Rookwood? Where my churchyard pal, Peter?" "Here," cried the sexton and Luke simultaneously. "Then stand aside," cried Dick, pushing in the direction of the sounds, and bearing down all opposition. "Have a care there. These triggers are ticklish. Friend or foe, he who touches me shall have a bullet in his gizzard. Here I am, pal Peter, and here are my two chums, Rust and Wilder. Cut the wid." "Have we license to pass scatheless now?" asked the sexton, "or shall we make good our way?" "You shall not pass," cried Barbara, furiously. "Think you to rob me of my prey? What cowards! Do you hesitate? Aha!" "Kindle the torches," cried several voices. "We fight not in the dark." A pistol was flashed. The torch again blazed. Its light fell upon a tumultuous group. "Seize the bride!" cried Barbara. "Hold!" exclaimed a voice from the altar. The voice was that of Sybil. Her hand was clasped in that of Luke. Eleanor had fainted into the arms of the gipsy girl, Handassah. "Are you my bride?" ejaculated Luke, in dismay. "Behold the ring upon my finger. Your own hand placed it there." "Betrayed!" screamed Alan, in a voice of anguish. "My schemes annihilated, myself undone, my enemies triumphant, lost, lost, all is destroyed, all." "Joy, joy!" exclaimed Mrs. Mowbray. "My child is saved." "And mine destroyed," groaned Barbara. "I have sworn by the cross to slay the bride, and Sybil is that bride."
End of chapter 11, book 3. Chapter 12, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 12. Alan Rookwood. The wolf shall find her grave and scrape it up, not to devour the corpse, but to discover the horrid murder. Webster. "Bravo! Capital!" cried Turpin, laughing loud and long as an Olympian deity. "Has this simple wench outwitted you all? Turned the tables upon the whole gang of plotters, eh? Excellent! Ha, 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 ha! The next time you wed Sir Luke, let me advise you not to choose a wife in the dark. A man should have all his senses about him on these occasions. Make love when the liquor's in, marry when it's out, and above all, with your eyes open. This beats cockfighting, you must excuse me, but, upon my soul, I can't help it." And his laughter seemed inextinguishable. "Take your men without," whispered Alan Rookwood. "Keep watch as before, and let the discharge of a pistol bespeak the approach of danger as agreed upon. Much yet remains to be done here." "How so?" asked Dick. "It seems to me the job's entirely settled, if not to your satisfaction. I'm always ready to oblige my friend Sir Luke, but curse me if I'd lend my help to any underhand work. Steer clear of foul play, or Dick Turpin holds no hand with you. As to that poor wench, if you mean her any harm, curse me if I will—" "No harm is intended her," replied Alan. "I applaud your magnanimity," added he, sarcastically. "Such sentiments are, it must be owned, in excellent keeping with your conduct." "In keeping or not," replied Turpin, gravely, "cold-blooded murder is altogether out of my line, and I wash my hands of it. A shot or two in self-defence is another matter, and when—" "A truce to this," interrupted Alan. "The girl is safe. Will you mount guard again?" "If that be the case, certainly," replied Dick. "I shall be glad to get back to Bess. I couldn't bring her with me into this black hole. A couple of shots will tell you 'tis Ranulph Rookwood. But mind no harm to the gipsy girl. To Lady Rookwood, I should say. She's a jewel, take my word for it, which Sir Luke must be mad to throw away." And calling his companions, he departed. Alan Rookwood bent his steps towards the gipsy queen. Dark thoughts gathered quickly o'er his brow. He smiled as he drew nigh to Barbara. A smile it was that wrinkled up his skin even to the hair. Barbara looked at him at first with distrust, but as he developed his secret purposes, that smile became reflected upon her own features. Their conference took place apart. We willingly leave them to return to the altar. Mrs. Mowbray and the priest were still there. Both were occupied in ineffectual endeavors to restore Eleanor to consciousness. She recovered from her swoon, but it was evident her senses still wandered, and vainly did Mrs. Mowbray lavish her tenderest caresses upon her child. Eleanor returned them not. Luke, meanwhile, had given vent to the wildest fury. He shook away Sybil's grasp. He dashed her from him. He regarded her with withering glances. He loaded her with reproaches. She bore his violence with meekest submission. She looked imploringly, but she replied not to his taunts. Again she clung to the hem of his garment when cast aside. Luke appeared unmoved. What passed within we pause not to examine. He grew calmer. His calmness was more terrible to Sybil than his previous wrath had been. "You are my wife," said he. "What then? By fraud, by stratagem, you have obtained that title, and perforce must keep it. But the title only shall you retain. No rights of wife shall ever be yours. It will be in your power to call yourself Lady Rookwood. You will be so in name, in nothing else." "I shall not bear it long," murmured Sybil. Luke laughed scornfully. "So you said before," replied he, "and yet I see not why you are likely to abandon it. The event will show. Thus far you have deceived me, and I place no further faith in your assertions. My hand was yours. You refused it. When I would give it to another, you grasp it clandestinely. Am I to believe you now? The wind will change, the vane veer with it." "It will not veer from you," she meekly answered. "Why did you step between me and my bride?" "To save her life, to lay down mine for hers." "An idle subterfuge. You know well that you run no risk of being called upon to do so. Your life is in no danger. The sacrifice was unnecessary. I could have dispensed with your assistance. My own arm would have sufficed to protect Eleanor." "Your single arm would not have prevailed against numbers. they would have killed you likewise. Tush! said Luke, fiercely. Not only have you snatched me from my bride, you have robbed me of my fair estates, of all, save of my barren title, and that, even that, you have tarnished. True, sighed Sybil. I knew not that the lands were hers, else had I never done it. False, cried Luke, false as the rest. They will be Ranulph's, she will be Ranulph's. I shall still be an outcast, while Ranulph will riot in my halls, will press her to his bosom. Cling not to me. Hence, or I will spurn you from me. I am undone by you, accursed one. Oh, curse me not. Your words cut deep enough. Would they could kill you, cried Luke, with savage bitterness. You have placed a bar between me and my prospects, which nothing now can remove. Nothing but, ha! And his countenance assumed a deadly hue and a fearful expression. By heaven, you almost rouse the fell spirit which it is said dwells within the breast of my devoted race. I feel as if I could stab thee. No, shrieked Sybil. For mercy's sake, for your own sake, do not stab me. It is not too late. I will repair my wrong. Ever deceiving. You would again delude me. You cannot repair it. One way alone remains, and that I will pursue, responded Sybil, sadly but firmly. Never, cried Luke. You shall not. Ha! exclaimed he, as he found his arms suddenly pinioned behind him. What new treachery is this? By whose orders am I thus fettered? By mine, said Alan Rookwood, stepping forward. By yours? echoed Luke. And wherefore? Release me. Be patient, replied Alan. You will hear all anon. In the meantime, you must be content to remain my prisoner. Quit not your hold, added he, addressing the gipsies who kept charge of Luke. Their lives shall answer for their obedience, said Barbara. Upon a further signal from Alan, Eleanor was torn from her mother's arms, and a bandage passed so suddenly over Mrs. Mowbray's face, that before she could raise a cry of alarm, all possibility of utterance was effectually prevented. The priest alone was left at liberty. Barbara snatched the hand of Eleanor. She dragged her to Sybil. You are Lady Rookwood, whispered she, but she has your domains. I give her to you. She's the only bar between thy husband and his rights, whispered Alan Rookwood, in a tone of horrible irony. It is not too late to repair your wrong. Away, tempter, cried Sybil, horror-stricken. I know you well, yet, continued she, in an altered tone, I will risk all for him. I have done him wrong. One mode of atonement remains, and horrible though it be, I will embrace it. Let me not pause. Give her to me. And she seized upon the unresisting hand of Eleanor. Do you need my aid? asked Barbara. No, replied Sybil. Let none approach us. A clapping of hands will let you know when all is over. And she dragged her passive victim deeper into the vault. Sybil! Sybil! cried Luke, struggling with frantic violence to liberate himself. Hurt her not! I was rash! I was mad! I am calmer now. She hears me not. She will not turn. God of heaven, she will murder her. It will be done while I speak. I am the cause of all. Release me, villains. Would that I had died ere I'd seen this day. At a signal from the sexton, Luke was also blindfolded. He ceased to struggle, but his labouring breast told of the strife within. Miscreants! exclaimed the priest, who had hitherto witnessed the proceedings in horror. Why do not these rocks fall in, and crush you and your iniquities? Save her! Oh, save her! Have ye no pity for the innocent? Such pity have we, replied Alan Rookwood, as you showed my daughter. She was as innocent as Eleanor Mowbray, and yet you did not pity her. Heaven is my witness, exclaimed the priest, that I never injured her. Take not heaven's name in vain, cried Alan. Who stood by while it was doing? Whose firmer hand lent aid to the murderer's trembling efforts? Whose pressure stifled her thrilling screams, and choked her cries for mercy? Yours! Yours! And now you prate to me of pity. You, the slayer of the sleeping and the innocent. 'Tis false! exclaimed the priest, in extremity of terror. False! echoed Alan. I had Sir Piers's own confession. He told me all.
You had designs upon Sir Piers, which his wife opposed. You hated her. You were in the confidence of both. How did you keep that confidence? He told me how. By awakening a spirit of jealousy and pride that o'ermastered all his better feelings. False! He told me of your hellish machinations, your Jesuitical plots, your schemes. He was too weak, too feeble an instrument to serve you. You left him, but not before she had left him. False! Ha! I have that shall instantly convict you. The corpse is here, within this cell. Who brought it hither?
The priest was silent. He seemed confounded by Alan's violence.
I will answer that question, said Barbara. It was brought hither by that false priest. His agent Balthazar has betrayed him. It was brought hither to prevent the discovery of Sir Luke Rookwood's legitimacy. He meant to take his own terms about it. It has come hither to proclaim his guilt, to be a fearful witness against him.
Then, turning to Checkley, she added,
You have called heaven to witness your innocence. You shall detest it by oath upon that body, and should aught indicate your guilt, I will hang you as I would a dog, and clear off one long score with justice. Do you shrink from this?
No, replied the priest, in a voice hollow and broken. Bring me to the body.
Seize each an arm,
said Barbara, and addressing Zoroaster and the Knight of Malta,
and lead him to the corse. I will administer the oath,
said Alan Rookwood sternly.
No, not you,
stammered the priest.
And wherefore not? Asked Alan. If you are innocent, you need fear nothing from her.
I fear nothing from the dead, replied Checkley. Lead on. We will now return to Sybil. She was alone with her victim. They were near the mouth of the cell which had been Prior Cyprian's flinty dormitory, and were almost involved in darkness. A broken stream of light glanced through the pillars. Eleanor had not spoken. She suffered herself to be dragged thither without resistance, scarcely conscious, it would seem, of her danger. Sybil gazed upon her for some minutes with sorrow and surprise.
She comprehends not her perilous situation,
murmured Sybil.
She knows not that she stands upon the brink of the grave. Oh, that she could pray! Shall I, her murderess, pray for her? My prayers would not be heard, and yet to kill her unshriven will be a twofold crime. Let me not look on her. My hand trembles. I can scarce grasp the dagger. Let me think on all he has said. I have wronged him. I am his bane, his curse. I have robbed him of all. There is but one remedy. 'Tis this. Oh God, she recovers. I cannot do it now.
It was a fearful moment for Eleanor's revival, when the bright steel flashed before her eyes. Terror at once restored her. She cast herself at Sybil's feet.
Spare me! Spare me!
cried she.
Oh, what a dream I have had! And to waken thus, with the dagger's point at my breast. You will not kill me, you, gentle maid, who promised to preserve me. Oh, no, I am sure you will not. Appeal no more to me, said Sybil fiercely. Make your peace with heaven. Your minutes are numbered. I cannot pray, said Eleanor, while you are near me. Will you pray if I retire and leave you? No, no, I dare not, cannot, shrieked Eleanor in extremity of terror. Oh, do not leave me. Oh, let me go. If you stir, said Sybil, I will stab you to the heart. I will not stir. I will kneel here forever. Stab me as I kneel, as I pray to you. You cannot kill me while I cling to you thus, while I kiss your hands, while I bedew them with my tears. Those tears will not sully them like my blood. Maiden, said Sybil, endeavouring to withdraw her hand, let go your hold. Your sand is run. Mercy! It is in vain. Close your eyes. No, I will fix them on you thus. You cannot strike them. I will cling to you, embrace you. Your nature is not cruel. Your soul is full of pity. It melts. Those tears. You will be merciful. You cannot deliberately kill me. I cannot! I cannot! said Sybil, with a passionate outburst of grief. Take your life on one condition. Name it. That you wed Sir Luke Rookwood. Ah! exclaimed Eleanor. All rushes back upon me at that name. The whole of that fearful scene passes in review before me. Do you reject my proposal? I dare not. I must have your oath. Swear by every hope of eternity that you will wed none other than him. By every hope, I swear it. Handassah, you will bear this maiden's oath in mind, and witness its fulfilment. I will, replied the gipsy girl, stepping forward from a recess in which she had hitherto remained unnoticed. Enough. I am satisfied. Tarry with me. Stir not. Scream not. Whatever you may see or hear, your life depends upon your firmness. When I am no more. No more? Echoed Eleanor in horror. Be calm, said Sybil. When I am dead, clap your hands together. They will come to seek you. They will find me in your stead. Then rush to him, to Sir Luke Rookwood. He will protect you. Say to him hereafter that I died for the wrong I did him, that I died and blessed him. Can you not live and save me? Sobbed Eleanor. Ask it not. While I live, your life is in danger. When I am gone, none will seek to harm you. Farewell. Remember your oath, and you too remember it, Handassah. Remember also, that groan. All started as a deep groan knelled in their ears. Whence comes that sound? Cried Sybil. Hist! A voice! It is that of the priest, cried Eleanor. Hark! He groans. They have murdered him. Kind heaven receive his soul. Pray for me, cried Sybil. Pray fervently. Avert your face. Down on your knees. Down, down. Farewell, Handassah. And breaking from them, she rushed into the darkest recesses of the vault. We must now quit this painful scene for another scarcely less painful, and return to the unfortunate priest. Checkley had been brought before the body of Susan Rookwood. Even in the gloom, the shimmer of the white cereclothes and the pallid features of the corpse were ghastly enough. The torchlight made them terrible. Kneel, said Alan Rookwood. The priest complied. Alan knelt beside him. Do you know these features? Demanded he. Regard them well. Fix your eyes full upon them. Do you know them? I do. Place your hand upon her breast. Does not the flesh creep and shrink beneath your touch? Now raise your hand. Make the cross of your faith upon her bosom. By that faith you swear you are innocent. I do, returned the priest. Are you now satisfied? No, replied Alan. Let the torch be removed. Your innocence must be more deeply attested, continued he, as the light was withdrawn. This proof will not fail. Entwine your fingers round her throat. Have I not done enough? Your hesitation proves your guilt, said Alan. That proof is wanting, then, returned the priest. My hand is upon her throat. What more? As you hope for mercy in your hour of need, swear that you never conspired against her life, or refused her mercy. I swear it. May the dead convict you of perjury, if you have forsworn yourself, said Alan. You are free. Take away your hand. Ha! What is this? Exclaimed the priest. You have put some jugglery upon me. I cannot withdraw my hand. It sticks to her throat, as though 'twere glued by blood. Tear me away. I have not force enough to liberate myself. Why do you grin at me? The corpse grins likewise. It is jugglery. I am innocent. You would take away my life. Tear me away, I say. The veins rise, they blacken. They are filling with new blood. I feel them swell. They coil like living things around my fingers. She is alive. And are you innocent? I am. I am. Let not my ravings convict me. For Jesus' sake, release me. Blaspheme not, but arise. I hold you not. You do, groaned the priest. Your grasp tightens around my throat. Your hard and skinny fingers are there. I strangle. Help! Your own fears strangle you. My hand is at my side, returned Alan calmly. Villain, you lie. Your grasp is like a vice. The strength of 1,000 devils is in your hand. Will none lend help? I never pressed so hard. Your daughter never suffered this torture. I never. I choke! Ah!
And the priest rolled heavily backwards. There was a deep groan, a convulsive rattle in the throat, and all was still.
He's dead, strangled,
cried several voices, holding down the torch. The face of the priest was blackened and contorted. His eyeballs protruded from their sockets. His tongue was nearly bitten through in the desperate efforts he had made to release himself from Alan's grip. His hair was erect with horror. It was a ghastly sight. A murmur arose amongst the gipsies. Barbara deemed it prudent to appease them.
He was guilty,
cried she.
He was the murderer of Susan Rookwood. And I, her father, have avenged her,
said Alan, sternly. The dreadful silence that followed this speech was broken by the report of a pistol. The sound, though startling, was felt almost as a relief.
We are beset, cried Alan. Some of you fly to reconnoitre. To your posts,
cried Barbara. Several of the crew flocked to the entrance.
Unbind the prisoners,
shouted Alan. Mrs. Mowbray and Luke were accordingly set free. Two almost simultaneous reports of a pistol were now heard.
"'Tis Ranulph Rookwood," said Alan. "That was the preconcerted signal."
"Ranulph Rookwood!" echoed Eleanor, who caught the exclamation. "He comes to save me."
"Remember your oath,"
gasped the dying voice.
"He is no longer yours."
"Alas! Alas!" sobbed Eleanor, tremblingly. A moment afterwards, a faint clapping of hands reached the ears of Barbara.
"All is over,"
muttered she.
"Ha!"
exclaimed Alan Rookwood, with a frightened look.
"Is it done?"
Barbara motioned him towards the further end of the vault. End of chapter 12, book 3. Chapter 13, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 13, Mr. Coates. Grim.
"Look, Captain, here comes one of the bloodhounds of justice."
Schwer.
"Down with him. Don't let him utter a word."
Moore.
"Silence. I will hear him."
Schiller. The Robbers. Gladly do we now exchange the dank atmosphere of St. Cyprian's cell, and the horrors which have detained us there so long, for balmy air, genial sunshine, and the boon companionship of Dick Turpin. Upon regaining the verdant ruins of the ancient priory, all appeared pretty much as our highwaymen had left it. Dick wended towards his mare. Black Bess uttered an affectionate whinnying sound as he approached her, and yielded her sleek neck to his caresses. No Bedouin Arab ever loved his horse more tenderly than Turpin. "'Twill be a hard day when thou and I part," muttered he, affectionately patting her soft and silky cheeks. Bess thrust her nose into his hand, biting him playfully, as much as to say, "That day will never arrive." Turpin, at least, understood the appeal in that sense. He was skilled in the language of the Houyhnhnms. "I would rather lose my right hand than that should happen," sighed he. "But there's no saying. The best of friends must part, and thou and I may be one day separated. Thy destination is the knacker, mine, perhaps, the gibbet. We are neither of us cut out for old age, that's certain. Curse me if I can tell how it is. Since I've been in that vault, I've got some queer crotchet into my head. I can't help likening thee to that poor gipsy wench Sybil, but I may be scragged if I'd use thee as her lover has used her."
"Ha!"
exclaimed he, drawing a pistol with a suddenness that made his companions Rust and Wilder start. "We are watched. See you not how yon shadow falls from behind the wall?"
"I do," replied Rust. "That varmint shall be speedily unearthed,"
said Wilder, rushing to the spot. In another instant the shadow manifested itself in a substantial little personage, booted, spurred, and mud bespattered. He was brought before our highwayman, who had meanwhile vaulted into his saddle. "Mr. Coates!" cried Dick, bursting into a loud laugh at the ridiculous figure presented to his view, "or the mud deceives me."
"It does not deceive you, Captain Turpin," replied the attorney. "You do indeed behold that twice unfortunate person."
"What brings you here?" asked Dick. "Ah, I see you come to pay me my wager."
"I thought you gave me a discharge for that," rejoined Coates, unable, even in his distress, to resist the too tempting quibble.
"True, but it was in blank," replied Turpin, readily, "and that don't hold good in law, you know. You have thrown away a second chance. Play or pay, all the world over. I shan't let you off so easily this time, depend upon it. Come, post the pony, or take your measure on that sod. No more replications or rejoinders, sir. Down with the dust. Fake his clies, pals. Let us see what he has about him."
"In the twinkling of a bedpost," replied Rust. "We'll turn him inside out. What's here?" cried he, searching the attorney's pockets. "A brace of barkers," handing a pair of pistols to Turpin. "A haddock stuffed with nothing, I'm thinking. 1 quid, 2 coach wheels, half a bull, 3 hogs, and a kick. And a damned dicky concern, captain." "3 hogs and a kick," muttered Coates. "The knave says true enough."
"Is there nothing else?" demanded Dick.
"Only an old snuffy fogle and a pewter sneezer."
"No reader? Try his hoxter."
"Here's a pitman, captain."
"Give it to me. Ah, this will do," cried Dick, examining the contents of the pocket book. "This is a glorious windfall, indeed. A bill of exchange for 500, payable on demand, eh, Mr. Coates? Quick, indorse it, sir. Here's a pen and ink. Rascal, if you attempt to tear the bill, I'll blow your brains out. Steady, sir. Sign. Good," added he, as Coates most reluctantly endorsed the bill. Good, good. I'll be off with this bill to London to-night before you can stop it. No courier can beat Bess. Ha, eh? What's this?" continued Dick, as, unfolding another leaf of the pocket book, he chanced upon a letter. "My Lady Rookwood's superscription. Excuse me, Mr. Coates, I must have a peep at her ladyship's billet-doux. All safe with me. Man of honour. I must detain your reader a moment longer."
"You should take charge of yourself, then," replied Coates, sulkily. "You appear to be my reader."
"Bravo!" cried Turpin. "You may jest now with impunity, Mr. Coates. You have paid dear enough for your jokes. And when should a man be allowed to be pleasant, if not at his own expense? Aha, what's this?" exclaimed he, opening the letter. "A ring, as I'm awake, and from her ladyship's own fair finger, I'll be sworn, for it bears her cipher, ineffaceably impressed as your image upon her heart, eh, Mr. Coates? Egad, you are a lucky dog, after all, to receive such a favour from such a lady. Ha! Meantime, I'll take care of it for you," continued Dick, slipping the ring on his little finger. Turpin, we have before remarked, had a turn for mimicry, and it was with an irresistible feeling of deferential awe creeping over him that Coates heard the contents of Lady Rookwood's epistle delivered with an enunciation as peremptory and imperious as that of her ladyship's self. The letter was hastily indited in a clear firm hand, and partook of its writer's decision of character. Dick found no difficulty in deciphering it. Thus ran the missive: "Assured of your devotion and secrecy, I commit my own honour and that of my son to your charge. Time will not permit me to see you, or I would not write. But I place myself entirely in your hands. You will not dare to betray my confidence. To the point. A Major Mowbray has just arrived here with intelligence that the body of Susan Bradley, you will know to whom I allude, has been removed from our family vault by a Romish priest and his assistants. How came it there, or why it has been removed, I know not. It is not my present purpose to inquire. Suffice it, that it now lies in a vault beneath the ruins of Davenham Priory. My son, Sir Ranulph, who has lent a credulous ear to the artful tales of the impostor who calls this woman mother, is at present engaged in arming certain of the household, and of the tenantry, to seize upon and bring away this body, as resistance is apprehended from a horde of gipsies who infest the ruins. Now mark me, that body must not be found. Be it your business to prevent its discovery. Take the fleetest horse you can procure, spare neither whip nor spur, Haste to the priory, procure by any means, and at any expense, the assistance of the gipsies. Find out the body, conceal it, destroy it. Do what you will, so my son find it not. Fear not his resentment. I will bear you harmless of the consequences with him. You will act upon my responsibility. I pledge my honour for your safety. Use all dispatch, and calculate upon due requital from Maud Rookwood. Haste, and God speed you." "God speed you," echoed Dick, in his own voice, contemptuously. "The devil drive you would have been a fitter postscript. And it was upon this precious errand you came, Mr. Coates." "Precisely," replied the attorney. "But I find the premises preoccupied. Fast as I have ridden, you are here before me." "And what do you now propose to do?" asked Turpin. "Bargain with you for the body," replied Coates, in an insinuating tone. "With me?" said Dick. "Do you take me for a resurrection cove? For a dealer in dead stock, sir?" "I take you for one sufficiently alive, in a general way, to his own interests," returned Coates. "These gentlemen may not perhaps be quite so scrupulous when they hear my proposals." "Be silent, sir," interrupted Turpin. "Hist! I hear the tramp of horses' hoofs without. Hark! that shout." "Make your own terms before they come," said Coates. "Leave all to me. I put 'em on a wrong scent." "To the devil with your terms," cried Turpin. "The signal!" And he pulled the trigger of one of Coates's pistols, the shot of which rang the ears of the astounded attorney as it whizzed past him. "Drag him into the mouth of the vault," thundered Turpin. "He will be a capital cover in case of attack. Look to your sticks, and be on the alert. Away!" Vainly did the unfortunate attorney kick and struggle, swear and scream. His hat was pushed over his eyes, his bobwig thrust into his mouth, and his legs tripped from under him. Thus blind, dumb, and half suffocated, he was hurried into the entrance of the cell. Dick, meanwhile, dashed to the arched outlet of the ruin. He there drew in the rein, and Black Bess stood motionless as a statue. End of Chapter 13, Book 3. Chapter 14, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood, Book 3, Chapter 14. Dick Turpin. Many a fine fellow with a genius extensive enough to have effected universal reformation has been doomed to perish by the halter. But does not such a man's renown extend through centuries and tens of centuries, while many a prince would be overlooked in history, were it not the historian's interest to increase the number of his pages? Nay, when the traveller sees a gibbet, does he not exclaim, "That fellow was no fool," and lament the hardship of the times? Schiller, The Robbers. Turpin's quick eye ranged over the spreading sward in front of the ancient priory, and his brow became contracted. The feeling, however, was transient. The next instant saw him the same easy, reckless being he had been before. There was a little more paleness in his cheek than usual, but his look was keener, and his knees involuntarily clasped the saddle more firmly. No other symptom of anxiety was perceptible. It would be no impeachment to Dick's valor were it necessary to admit that a slight tremor crossed him as he scanned the formidable array of his opponents. The admission is needless. Dick himself would have been the last man to own it. Nor shall we do the memory of our undaunted highwayman any such injustice. Turpin was intrepid to a fault. He was rash, apt to run risks for the mere pleasure of getting out of them. Danger was his delight, and the degree of excitement was always in proportion to the peril incurred. After the first glance, he became, to use his own expressive phrase, as cool as a cucumber, and continued, as long as they permitted him, like a skilful commander, calmly to calculate the numerical strength of his adversaries, and to arrange his own plan of resistance. This troop of horsemen, for such it was, might probably amount in the aggregate to 20 men, and presented an appearance like that of a strong muster at a rustic fox chase, due allowance being made for the various weapons of offence, to wit, naked sabres, firelocks, and a world of huge horse pistols, which the present field carried along with them. This resemblance was heightened by the presence of an old huntsman and a gamekeeper or two, in scarlet and green jackets, and a few yelping hounds that had followed after them. The majority of the crew consisted of sturdy yeomen, some of which, mounted upon wild unbroken colts, had pretty lives of it to maintain their seats, and curvetted about in most admired disorder. Others were seated upon more docile, but quite as provoking specimens of the cat horse breed, whose sluggish sides, reckless alike of hobnailed heel or ash sapling, refused to obey their riders' intimations to move; while others again brought stiff, wrong-headed ponies to the charge, obstinate, impracticable little brutes, who seemed to prefer revolving on their own axis, and describing absurd rotatory motions, to proceeding in the direct and proper course pointed out to them. Dick could scarcely forbear laughing at these ridiculous manoeuvres, but his attention was chiefly attracted towards three individuals, who were evidently the leaders of this warlike expedition. In the thin, tall figure of the first of these he recognized Ranulph Rookwood. With the features and person of the second of the group he was not entirely unacquainted, nor incorrectly fancied that his military bearing, or, as he would have expressed it, the soldier-like cut of his jib, could belong to no other than Major Mowbray, whom he had once eased of a purse on Finchley Common. In the round, rosy countenance and robustious person of the last of the trio he discovered his ancient ally, Titus Tyrconnel. "Ah, Titus, my jewel, are you there?" exclaimed Dick, as he distinguished the Irishman. "Come, I have one friend among them whom I may welcome. So they see me now. Off they come, pell-mell. Back, Bess, back. Slowly, wench, slowly. There, stand." And Bess again remained motionless. The report of Turpin's pistol reached the ears of the troop, and as all were upon the alert, he had scarcely presented himself at the gateway, when a loud shout was raised, and the whole cavalcade galloped towards him, creating, as may be imagined, the wildest disorder, each horseman yelling, as he neared the arch, and got involved in the press occasioned by the unexpected concentration of forces at that point, while oaths and blows, kicks and cuffs, were reciprocated with such hearty goodwill that, had Turpin ever read Ariosto or Cervantes, or heard of the discord of King Agramente's camp, this melee must have struck him as its realization. As it was, entertaining little apprehension of the result, he shouted encouragement to them. Scarcely, however, had the foremost horseman disentangled himself from the crowd, and, struggling to the door, was in the act of levelling his pistol at Turpin's head, when a well-directed ball pierced the brain of his charger, and horse and man rolled to the ground. Vowing vengeance, a second succeeded, and was in like manner compelled to bite the dust. "That will let old Peter know that Ranulph Rookwood is at hand," exclaimed Dick. "I shan't throw away another shot." The scene at the archway was now one of complete confusion. Terrified by the shots, some of the boors would have drawn back, while others, in mid-career, advanced and propelled them forwards. It was like the meeting of two tides. Here and there, regardless of the bit, and scared by the firing, a wild colt broke all bounds, and hurling his rider in the air, darted off into the green, or, in another case, rushed forward, and encountering the prostrate cattle cumbering the entrance to the priory hall, stumbled, and precipitated his master neck over heels at the very feet of his enemy. During all this tumult, a few shots were fired at the highwayman, which, without doing him a jot of mischief, tended materially to increase their own confusion. The voice of Turpin was now heard above the din and turmoil to sound a parley, and as he appeared disposed to offer no opposition, some of his antagonists ventured to raise themselves from the ground, and to approach him. "I demand to be led to Sir Ranulph Rookwood," said Turpin. "He is here," said Ranulph, riding up. "Villain, you are my prisoner." "As you list, Sir Ranulph," returned Dick, coolly. "But let me have a word in private with you, ere you do aught you may repent hereafter." "No words, sir. Deliver up your arms, or My pistols are at your service, replied Dick. I have just discharged them. You may have others. We must search you. Hold, cried Dick. If you will not listen to me, read that paper. And he handed Ranulph his mother's letter to Mr. Coates. It was without the superscription, which he had thrown aside. My mother's hand! exclaimed Ranulph, reddening with anger, as he hastily perused its contents. And she sent this to you? You lie, villain. 'Tis a forgery. Let this speak for me, returned Dick, holding out the finger upon which Lady Rookwood's ring was placed. Know you that cipher? You have stolen it, retorted Ranulph. My mother, added he, in a deep, stern whisper, articulated only for Turpin's hearing, would never have entrusted her honour to a highwayman's keeping. She has entrusted more. Her life, replied Dick, in a careless tone. She would have bribed me to do murder. Murder? echoed Ranulph, aghast. Ay, to murder your brother, returned Dick. But let that pass. You have read that note. I have acted solely upon your mother's responsibility. Lady Rookwood's honour is pledged for my safety. Of course, her son will set me free. Never. Well, as you please. Your mother is in my power. Betray me, and you betray her. No more, returned Ranulph sternly. Go your ways. You are free. Pledge me your word of honour, I am safe. Ranulph had scarcely given his pledge, when Major Mowbray rode furiously up. A deep flush of anger burnt upon his cheeks. His sword was drawn in his hand. He glanced at Turpin, as if he would have felled him from his saddle. This is the ruffian, cried the Major, fiercely, by whom I was attacked some months ago, and for whose apprehension the reward of £300 is offered by his Majesty's proclamation, with a free pardon to his accomplices. This is Richard Turpin. He has just added another crime to his many offences. He has robbed my mother and sister. The postboy knew him the moment he came up. Where are they, villain? Whither have they gone? Answer. I know not, replied Turpin calmly. Did not the lad tell you they were rescued? Rescued? By whom? asked Ranulph, with great emotion. By one who calls himself Sir Luke Rookwood, answered Turpin, with a meaning smile. By him? ejaculated Ranulph. Where are they now? I have already answered that question, said Dick. I repeat, I know not. You are my prisoner, cried the Major, seizing Turpin's bridle. I have Sir Ranulph's word for my safety, rejoined Turpin. Let go my rein. How is this? asked Major Mowbray, incredulously. Ask me not. Release him, replied Ranulph. Ranulph, said the Major, you ask an impossibility. My honour, my duty is implicated in this man's capture. The honour of all of us is involved in his deliverance, returned Ranulph, in a whisper. Let him go. I will explain all hereafter. Let us search for them, for Eleanor. Surely, after this, you will help us to find them, added he, addressing Turpin. I wish, with all my soul, I could do so, replied the highwayman. I seed the ladies cross the brook and enter these old ruins, interposed the postboy, who had now joined the party. I seed 'em from where I stood on the hillside, and as I kept a pretty sharp lookout, and have a tolerably bright eye of my own, I don't think as how they ever comed out again. Some one is hidden within yon fissure in the wall, exclaimed Ranulph. I see a figure move. And he flung himself from his horse, rushing towards the mouth of the cell. Imitating his example, Major Mowbray followed his friend, sword in hand. The game begins now in right earnest, said Dick to himself. The old fox will be soon unearthed. I must look to my snappers. And he thrust his hand quietly into his pocket in search of a pistol. Just as Ranulph and the Major reached the recess, they were startled by the sudden apparition of the ill-fated attorney. Mr. Coates! exclaimed Ranulph in surprise. What do you here, sir? That is, Sir Ranulph, you must excuse me, sir. Particular business, can't say, returned the trembling attorney, for at this instant his eye caught that of Turpin, and the ominous reflection of a polished steel barrel held carelessly towards him. He was aware also that on the other hand he was, in like manner, the mark of Rust and Wilder, those polite gentlemen having threatened him with a brace of slugs in his brain if he dared to betray their hiding place. "It is necessary that I should be guarded in my answers," murmured he. "Is there any one within that place besides yourself?" said the Major, making a movement thither. "No, sir, nobody at all," answered Coates, hastily fancying at the same time that he heard the click of a pistol that was to be his death warrant. "How came you here, sir?" demanded Ranulph. "Do you mean in this identical spot?" replied Coates, evasively. "You can have no difficulty in answering that question," said the Major, sternly. "Pardon me, sir, I find considerable difficulty in answering any question, situated as I am." "Have you seen Mrs. Mowbray?" asked Ranulph, eagerly. "Or my mother?" said the Major, in the same breath. "Neither," replied Coates, rather relieved by these questions. "I suspect you are deceiving us, sir," said the Major. "Your manner is confused. I am convinced you know more of this matter than you choose to explain, and if you do not satisfy me at once, fully and explicitly, I vow to Heaven—" And the Major's sword described a glittering circle around his head. "Are you privy to their concealment?" asked Ranulph. "Have you seen aught of them, or of Luke Bradley?" "Speak, or this moment is your last," said the Major. "If it is my last, I cannot speak," returned Coates. "I can neither make head nor tail of your questions, gentlemen." "And you positively assure me you have not seen Mrs. Mowbray and her daughter?" said Ranulph. Turpin here winked at Coates. The attorney understood him. "I don't positively assert that," faltered he. "How? You have seen them?" shouted Ranulph. "Where are they? In safety? Speak," added the Major. Another expressive gesture from the highwayman communicated to the attorney the nature of his reply. "Without, sir, without. Yonder," he replied. "I will show you myself. Follow, gentlemen, follow." And away scampered Coates, without once venturing to look behind him. In an instant the ruined hall was deserted, and Turpin alone left behind. In the excitement of the moment his presence had been forgotten. In an instant afterwards the arena was again occupied by a company equally numerous. Rust and Wilder issued from their hiding places, followed by a throng of the gipsy crew. "Where is Sir Luke Rookwood?" asked Turpin. "He remains below," was the answer returned. "And Peter Bradley?" "Stays there likewise." "No matter. Now make ready, pals. Give 'em one shout." "Hurrah! Hurrah!" replied the crowd, at the top of their voices. Ranulph Rookwood and his companions heard this shout. Mr. Coates had already explained the stratagem practised upon them by the wily highwayman, as well as the perilous situation in which he himself had been placed; and they were in the act of returning, to make good his capture, when the loud shouts of the crew arrested them. From the clamour, it was evident that considerable reinforcement must have arrived from some unlooked-for quarter, and although burning to be avenged upon the audacious highwayman, the Major felt it would be a task of difficulty, and that extreme caution could alone ensure success. With difficulty restraining the impatience of Ranulph, who could scarcely brook these few minutes of needful delay, Major Mowbray gave particular instructions to each of the men in detail, and caused several of them to dismount. By this arrangement Mr. Coates found himself accommodated with a steed and a pair of pistols, with which latter he vowed to wreak his vengeance upon some of his recent tormentors. After a short space of time occupied in this manner, the troop slowly advanced towards the postern, in much better order than upon the previous occasion; but the stoutest of them quailed as they caught sight of the numerous gipsy gang drawn out in battle array within the abbey walls. Each party scanned the other's movements in silence and wonder, anxiously waiting, yet in a measure dreading, their leader's signal to begin. That signal was not long delayed. A shot from the ranks of Rookwood did instant and bitter execution. Rob Rust was stretched lifeless upon the ground. Nothing more was needed. The action now became general. Firearms were discharged on both sides, without much damage to either party, but a rush being made by a detachment of horse, headed by Major Mowbray, the conflict soon became more serious. The gipsies, after the first fire, threw aside their pistols, and fought with long knives, with which they inflicted desperate gashes both on men and horses. Major Mowbray was slightly wounded in the thigh, and his steed receiving the blow intended for himself, stumbled and threw his rider. Luckily for the major, Ranulph Rookwood was at hand, and with the butt end of a heavy-handed pistol felled the ruffian to the earth, just as he was upon the point of repeating the thrust. Turpin, meanwhile, had taken comparatively a small share in the conflict. He seemed to content himself with acting upon the defensive, and except in the case of Titus Tyrconnel, whom, espying amidst the crowd, he had considerably alarmed by sending a bullet through his wig, he did not fire a single shot. He also succeeded in unhorsing Coates by hurling with great dexterity the empty pistol at his head. Though apparently unconcerned in the skirmish, he did not flinch from it, but kept his ground unyieldingly. A charmed life he seemed to bear, for amid the shower of bullets, many of which were especially aimed at himself, he came off unhurt.
"He that's born to be hanged will never be drowned, that's certain," said Titus. "It's no use trying to bring him down. But, by Jesus, he's spoiled the best hat and wig anyhow. There's a hole in my beaver as big as a crown piece." "Your own crown's safe, and that's some satisfaction," said Coates, "whereas mine has a bump on it as large as a swan's egg. Ah, if we could only get behind him." The strife continued to rage without intermission, and though there were now several ghastly evidences of its fury, in the shape of wounded men and slaughtered or disabled horses, whose gaping wounds flooded the turf with gore, it was still difficult to see upon which side victory would eventually declare itself. The gipsies, though by far the greater sufferers of the two, firmly maintained their ground. Drenched in the blood of the horses they had wounded, and brandishing their long knives, they presented a formidable and terrific appearance, the effect of which was not at all diminished by their wild yells and savage gesticulations. On the other hand, headed by Major Mowbray and Ranulph, the troop of yeomen pressed on undauntedly; and where the sturdy farmers could get a firm grip of their lithe antagonists, or deliver a blow with their ox-like fists, they seldom failed to make good the advantages which superior weight and strength gave them. It will thus be seen that as yet they were pretty well matched. Numbers were in favor of the gipsies, but courage was equally distributed, and perhaps, what is emphatically called bottom, was in favor of the rustics. Be this as it may, from what had already occurred, there was every prospect of a very serious termination to the fray. From time to time, Turpin glanced to the entrance of the cell, in the expectation of seeing Sir Luke Rookwood make his appearance; and as he was constantly disappointed in his expectation, he could not conceal his chagrin. At length he resolved to dispatch a messenger to him, and one of the crew accordingly departed upon this errand. He returned presently with a look of blank dismay. In our hasty narrative of the fight we have not paused to particularize, neither have we enumerated the list of combatants. Amongst them, however, were Jerry Juniper, the Knight of Malta, and Zoroaster. Excalibur, as may be conceived, had not been idle, but that trenchant blade had been shivered by Ranulph Rookwood in the early stage of the business, and the knight left weaponless. Zoroaster, who was not merely a worshipper of fire, but a thorough milling cove, had engaged to some purpose in a pugilistic encounter with the rustics, and having fought several rounds, now bore his blushing honors thick upon him. Jerry, like Turpin, had remained tolerably quiescent. The proper moment, he said, had not arrived. A fatality seemed to attend Turpin's immediate companions. Rust was the first who fell. Wilder also was now among the slain. Things were precisely in this condition when the messenger returned. A marked change was instantly perceptible in Turpin's manner. He no longer looked on with indifference. He seemed angry and distrustful. He gnawed his lip, ever a sign with him of vexation. Addressing a few words to those about him, he then spoke more loudly to the rest of the crew. Being in the jargon of the tawny tribe, his words were not intelligible to the opposite party, but their import was soon made known by the almost instant and total relinquishment of the field by the gipsies. They took to their heels at once, to a man, leaving only a few desperately wounded men behind them, and flying along the intricate ruins of the priory, baffled all pursuit, wherever it was attempted. Jerry Juniper was the last in the retreat,
but upon receiving a hint from Dick, he vaulted like a roe over the heads of his adversaries, and made good his escape. Turpin alone remained. He stood like a lion at bay, quietly regarding the huntsmen hurtling around him. Ranulph Rookwood rode up and bade him surrender.
"Detain me not," cried he, in a voice of thunder. "If you would save her who is dear to you, descend into that vault. Off, I say."
And Turpin shook away with ease the grasp that Ranulph had laid upon him.
"Villain, you do not escape me this time,"
said Major Mowbray, interposing himself between Turpin and the outlet.
"Major Mowbray, I would not have your blood upon my head," said Dick. "Let me pass," and he levelled a pistol. "Fire, if you dare," said the major, raising his sword. "You pass not. I will rather die than allow you to escape. Barricade the door. Strike him down if he attempts to pass. Richard Turpin, I arrest you in the king's name. You hear, my lads, in his majesty's name. I command you to assist me in this highwayman's capture. £200 for his head." "200 devils!" exclaimed Dick, with a laugh of disdain. "Go, seek your mother and sister within yon vault, Major Mowbray. You will find employment enough there." Saying which, he suddenly forced Bess to back a few yards. Then, striking his heels sharply into her sides, ere his purpose could be divined by the spectators, charged, and cleared the lower part of the mouldering priory walls. This feat was apparently accomplished with no great effort by his admirable and unequalled mare. "By the powers!" cried Titus, "and he's given us the slip after all, and just when we thought to make sure of him, too. Why, Mr. Coates, that wall must be higher than a 5-barred gate or any stone wall in my country. It's just the most extraordinary lep I ever set eyes on."
"The devil's in the fellow, certainly, or in his mare," returned Coates. "But if he escapes me, I'll forgive him. I know whither where he's bound. He's off to London with my bill of exchange. I'll be up with him. I'll track him like a bloodhound, slowly and surely, as my father, the thief-taker, used to follow up a scent. Recollect the hare and the tortoise. The race is not always to the swift. What say you? 'Tis a match for £500, nay, for 5000, for there is a certain marriage certificate in the way, a glorious golden venture. You shall go halves if we win. We'll have him dead or alive. What say you for London, Mr. Tyrconnel? Shall we start at once?"
"With all my soul," replied Titus. "I'm with you."
And away this par nobile scoured. Ranulph, meantime, plunged into the vault. The floor was slippery, and he had nigh stumbled. Loud and deep lamentations, and the wailing sound, like that of a lament for the dead, resounded in his ears. A light at the further extremity of the vault attracted his attention. He was filled with terrible forebodings, but the worst reality was not so terrible as suspense. He rushed towards the light. He passed the massive pillars, and there, by the ruddy torch flame, discovered 2 female figures. One was an old woman, fantastically attired, wringing her hands and moaning, or gibbering wild strains in broken, discordant, yet pathetic tones. The other was Mrs. Mowbray. Both were images of despair. Before them lay some motionless object. He noticed not that old woman. He scarcely saw Mrs. Mowbray. He beheld only that object of horror. It was the lifeless body of a female. The light fell imperfectly upon the face. He could not discern the features, but the veil in which it was swathed, that veil was Eleanor's. He asked no more. With a wild cry he rushed forward. "Eleanor, my beloved!" shrieked he. Mrs. Mowbray started at his voice, but appeared stunned and helpless. "She is dead," said Ranulph, stooping towards the body. "Dead! Dead!"
"Ay,"
echoed the old woman, in accents of equal anguish.
"Dead! Dead!"
"But this is not Eleanor," exclaimed he, as he viewed the features more closely. "This face, though beautiful, is not hers. This dishevelled hair is black. The long lashes that shade her cheek are of the same hue. She is scarce dead. The hand I clasp is yet warm. The fingers are pliant."
"Yet she is dead,"
said the old woman, in a broken voice.
"She is slain."
"Who hath slain her?" asked Ranulph.
I, her mother, slew her."
"You! exclaimed Ranulph, horror-stricken. "And where is Eleanor?" asked he. "Was she not here?" "Better she were here now, even though she were as that poor maid," groaned Mrs. Mowbray, "than where she is." "Where is she, then?" asked Ranulph, with frantic eagerness. "Fled, whither I know not." "With whom?" "With Sir Luke Rookwood, with Alan Rookwood. They have borne her hence. Ranulph, you are too late." "Gone!" cried Ranulph, fiercely, springing to his feet. "How escaped they? There appears to be but one entrance to this vault. I will search each nook and cranny." "'Tis vain," replied Mrs. Mowbray. "There is another outlet through yon cell. By that passage they escaped." Too true, shouted Ranulph, who flew to examine the cell. "And wherefore followed you not?" "The stone rolled to its mouth, and resisted my efforts. I could not follow." "Torture and death! She is lost to me for ever," cried Ranulph, bitterly. "No," exclaimed Barbara, clutching his arm. "Place your trust in me, and I will find her for you." "You!" ejaculated Ranulph. "Even I," replied Barbara. "Your wrongs shall be righted. My Sybil be avenged." End of Chapter 14, Book 3. Chapter 1, Book 4 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4. The Ride to York. Then one halloo, boys, one loud cheering halloo, to the swiftest of coursers, the gallant, the true. For the sportsman unborn shall the memory bless of the horse of the highwayman, bonny Black Bess. Richard Turpin. Chapter 1. The Rendezvous at Kilburn. Hind. Drink deep, my brave boys, of the bastinado, of stramazons, tinctures, and slie passatas, of the caricado and rare embracado, of blades and rapier hilts of surest guard, of the Vincentio and Burgundian ward. Have we not bravely tossed this bombast foil button? Win gold and wear gold, boys, 'tis we that merit it. Prince of Prigg's Revels. An excellent comedy, replete with various conceits and Tarltonian mirth. The present straggling suburb at the north-west of the metropolis, known as Kilburn, had scarcely been called into existence a century ago, and an ancient hostel, with a few detached farmhouses, were the sole inhabitants to be found in the present populous vicinage. The place of refreshment for the ruralizing cockney of 1737 was a substantial-looking tenement of the good old stamp, with great bay windows, and a balcony in front, bearing as its ensign the jovial visage of the lusty knight Jack Falstaff. Shaded by a spreading elm, a circular bench embraced the aged trunk of the tree, sufficiently tempting, no doubt, to incline the wanderer on those dusty ways to rest and be thankful, and to cry encore to a frothing tankard of the best ale to be obtained within the chimes of Bow bells. Upon a table, green as the privet and holly that formed the walls of the bower in which it was placed, stood a great china bowl, one of those leviathan memorials of bygone wassailry which we may sometimes espy, reversed in token of its desuetude, perched on the top of an old japanned closet, but seldom, if ever, encountered in its proper position at the genial board. All the appliances of festivity were at hand. Pipes and rummers strewed the board. Perfume, subtle yet mellow, as of pine and lime, exhaled from out the bowl, and mingling with the scent of a neighboring bed of mignonette, and the subdued odor of the Indian weed, formed altogether as delectable an atmosphere of sweets as one could wish to inhale on a melting August afternoon. So at least thought the inmates of the Arbor, nor did they by any means confine themselves to the gratification of a single sense. The ambrosial contents of the china bowl proved as delicious to the taste as its bouquet was grateful to the smell, while the eyesight was soothed by reposing on the smooth sward of a bowling green, spread out immediately before it, or in dwelling upon gently undulating meads, terminating at about a mile's distance in the woody spire-crowned heights of Hampstead. At the left of the table was seated, or rather lounged, a slender, elegant-looking young man, with dark, languid eyes, sallow complexion, and features wearing that peculiar, pensive expression often communicated by dissipation; an expression which, we regret to say, is sometimes found more pleasing than it ought to be in the eyes of the gentle sex. Habited in a light summer riding dress, fashioned according to the taste of the time, of plain and unpretending material, and rather under than overdressed, he had perhaps on that very account perfectly the air of a gentleman. There was altogether an absence of pretension about him, which, combined with great apparent self-possession, contrasted very forcibly with the vulgar assurance of his showy companions. The figure of the youth was slight, even to fragility, giving little outward manifestation of the vigor of frame he in reality possessed. This spark was a no less distinguished personage than Tom King, a noted high tobygloak of his time, who obtained, from his appearance and address, the sobriquet of the gentleman highwayman. Tom was, indeed, a pleasant fellow in his day. His career was brief, but brilliant. Your meteors are ever momentary. He was a younger son of a good family, had good blood in his veins, though not a groat in his pockets. According to the old song, when he arrived at man's estate, it was all the estate he had, and all the estate he was ever likely to have. Nevertheless, if he had no income, he contrived, as he said, to live as if he had the mines of Peru at his control, a miracle not solely confined to himself. For a moneyless man, he had rather expensive habits. He kept his 3 nags, and if fame does not belie him, a like number of mistresses. Nay, if we are to place any faith in certain scandalous chronicles to which we have had access, he was for some time the favored lover of a celebrated actress, who, for the time, supplied him with the means of keeping up his showy establishment. But things could not long hold thus. Tom was a model of infidelity, and that was the only failing his mistress could not overlook. She dismissed him at a moment's notice. Unluckily, too, he had other propensities which contributed to involve him. He had a taste for the turf, a taste for play, was well known in the hundreds of Drury, and cut no mean figure at Howell's and the faro tables there anent. He was the glory of the Smyrna, D'Osindars, and other chocolate houses of the day, and it was at this time he fell into the hands of certain dexterous sharpers, by whom he was at first plucked, and subsequently patronized. Under their tuition he improved wonderfully. He turned his wit and talent to some account. He began to open his eyes. His 9 days' blindness was over. The dog saw. But, in spite of his quickness, he was at length discovered, and ejected from Howell's in a manner that left him no alternative. He must either have called out his adversary, or have gone out himself. He preferred the latter, and took to the road, and in his new line he was eminently successful. Fortunately, he had no scruples to get over. Tom had what Sir Walter Scott happily denominates an indistinct notion of meum and tuum, and became confirmed in the opinion that everything he could lay hands upon constituted lawful spoil. And then, even those he robbed admitted that he was the most gentlemanlike highwayman they had ever the fortune to meet with, and trusted they might always be so lucky. So popular did he become upon the road, that it was accounted a distinction to be stopped by him. He made a point of robbing none but gentlemen, and Tom's shade would quarrel with us were we to omit them ladies. His acquaintance with Turpin was singular, and originated in a rencontre. Struck with his appearance, Dick presented a pistol, and bade King deliver. The latter burst into a laugh, and an explanation immediately ensued. Thenceforward they became sworn brothers, the Pylades and Orestes of the road, and though seldom seen together in public, had many a merry moonlight ride in company. Tom still maintained 3 mistresses, his valet, his groom, Tiger we should have called him, and many a change of clothes besides, says his biographer, with which he appeared more like a lord than a highwayman. And what more, we should like to know, would a lord wish to have? Few younger sons, we believe, can boast so much, and it is chiefly on their account, with some remote view to the benefit of the unemployed youth of all professions, that we have enlarged so much upon Tom King's history. The road, we must beg to repeat, is still open. The chances are greater than they ever were. We fully believe it is their only road to preferment, and we are sadly in want of highwaymen. Fancy Tom lounging at D'Osyndar's, carelessly tapping his boots on the steps. There he stands. Is he not a devilish good-looking, gentleman-like sort of fellow? You could never have taken him for a highwayman but for our information. A waiter appears. Supper is ordered at 12, a broiled chicken, and a bottle of Burgundy. His groom brings his nags to the door. He mounts. It is his custom to ride out on an evening. He is less liable to interruption. At Marylebone Fields, now the Regent's Park, his groom leaves him. He has a mistress in the neighbourhood. He is absent for a couple of hours, and returns gay or dispirited, as his luck may have turned out. At 12 he is at supper, and has the night before him. How very easy all this seems. Can it be possible we have no Tom Kings? To return to Tom as he was in the arbour, judging from his manner, he appeared to be almost insensible to the presence of his companions, and to be scarcely a partaker in their revelry. His back was towards his immediate neighbour, his glass sparkled untouched at his elbow, and one hand, beautifully white and small, a mark of his birth and breeding, crede Byron, rested upon the edge of the table, while his thin, delicate digits, palpably demonstrative of his faculty for adaptation, crede James Hardy Vaux, were employed with a silver toothpick. In other respects, he seemed to be lost in reverie, and was, in all probability, meditating new exploits. Next to King sat our old friend Jerry Juniper, not, however, the Jerry of the gipsies, but a much more showy-looking personage. Jerry was no longer a gentleman of 3 outs. The difficulty would now have been to say that he was without. Snake-like he had cast his slough, and rejoiced in new and brilliant investiture. His were speaking garments, speaking pockets too. His linen was of the finest, his hose of the smartest. Gay rings glittered on his fingers. A crystal snuff-box underwent graceful manipulation. A handsome gold repeater was sometimes drawn from its location, with a monstrous bunch of onions, Anglice seals, depending from its massive chain. Lace adorned his wrists, and shoes, of which they had long been unconscious, with buckles nearly as large as themselves, confined his feet. A rich powdered peruke and silver-hilted sword completed the gear of the transmogrified Jerry, or, as he now chose to be designated, Count Albert Conyers. The fact was, that Jerry, after the fracas, apprehensive that the country would be too hot for him, had, in company with Zoroaster, quitted the ranks of the canting crew, and made the best of his way to town. A lucky spice on the road set them up, and having some acquaintance with Tom King, the party, on their arrival, sought him out at his customary haunt, D'Osyndar's, and enlisted under his banners. Tom received them with open arms, gave them unlimited use of his wardrobe, and only required a little trifling assistance in return. He had a grand scheme in petto, in the execution of which they could mainly assist him. Jerry was a Greek by nature, and could land a flat as well as the best of them. Zoroaster was just the man to lose a fight, or, in the language of the fancy, to play across. No 2 legs could serve Tom's purposes better. He welcomed them with fraternal affection. We will now proceed to reconnoitre Jerry's opposite neighbour, who was, however, no other than the upright man, the Magus Zoroaster, that great name. Changed as was Juniper, the Magus was yet more whimsically metamorphosed. Some traces of Jerry still remained, but not a vestige was left of the original Dimber Damber. His tawny mother had not known her son. This alteration, however, was not owing to change of dress. It was the result of the punishment he had received at the set to at the priory. Not a feature was in its place. His swollen lip trespassed upon the precincts of his nose trod hard upon his cheek, while his cheek again, not to be behind the rest, rose up like an apple dumpling under his single eye. Single, we say, for alas, there was no speculation in the other. His dexter daylight was utterly darkened, and indeed the orb that remained was as sanguinary a luminary as ever struggled through a London fog at noonday. To borrow a couplet or so from the laureate of the fancy, one of his peepers was put on the bankruptcy list, with his shop windows shut, while the other made nearly as tag-rag a show, all rimmed round with black like the courier in woe. One black patch decorated his rainbow-coloured cheek, another adorned his chin. A grinder having been dislodged, his pipe took possession of the aperture. His toggery was that of a member of the prize ring. What we now call a belcher bound his throat. A spotted fogle bandaged his jabbernowl and shaded his right peeper, while a white beaver crowned the occiput of the magus. And though at first sight they would appear to be some incongruity in the association of such a battered character as the upright man with his smart companions, the reader's wonder will rapidly diminish when he reflects that any distinguished P.C. man can ever find a ready passport to the most exclusive society. Viewed in this light, Zoroaster's familiarity with his swell acquaintance occasioned no surprise to old Simon Carr, the bottle-nosed landlord of the Falstaff, who was a man of discernment in his way, and knew a thing or two. Despite such striking evidences to the contrary, the magus was perfectly at his ease, and sacrificing as usual to the god of flame. His mithra, or pipe, the symbol of his faith, was zealously placed between his lips, and never did his Chaldean, Bactrian, Persian, Pamphylian, Proconnesian, or Babylonian namesake, whichever of the six was the true Zoroaster, vide Baal, respire more fervently at the altar of fire than our magus at the end of his enkindled tube. In his creed we believe Zoroaster was a duellist, and believed in the coexistence and mystical relation of the principles of good and ill. His pipe being his Yezdan, or benign influence, his empty pouch his Ahriman, or the devil. We shall not pause to examine his tenets. We meddle with no man's religious opinions, and shall leave the magus to the enjoyment of his own sentiments, be they what they may. One guest alone remains, and him we shall briefly dismiss. The reader, we imagine, will scarcely need to be told who was the owner of those keen grey eyes, those exuberant red whiskers, that airy azure frock. It was our brave co-partner of the roads, skilful surveyor of highways and hedges, in a word, Dick Turpin. Dick had been called upon to act as president of the board, and an excellent president he made, sedulously devoting himself to the due administration of the punch bowl. Not a rummer was allowed to stand empty for an instant. Toast, sentiment, and anacreontic song succeeded each other at speedy intervals, but there was no speechifying, no politics. He left church and state to take care of themselves. Whatever his politics might be, Dick never allowed them to interfere with his pleasures. His maxim was to make the most of the passing moment. Dum vivimus, vivamus, was never out of his mind. A precautionary measure which we recommend to the adoption of all gentlemen of the like, or any other precarious profession. Notwithstanding all Dick's efforts to promote conviviality, seconded by the excellence of the beverage itself, conversation, somehow or other, began to flag. From being general, it became particular. Tom King, who was no punch bibber, especially at that time of day, fell into a deep reverie. Your gamesters often do so, while the magus, who had smoked himself drowsy, was composing himself to doze. Turpin seized this opportunity of addressing a few words on matters of business to Jerry Juniper, or, as he now chose to be called, Count Conyers. "My dear Count," said Dick, in a low and confidential tone, You are aware that my errand to town is accomplished. I have smashed Lawyer Coates's screen, pocketed the dimmock. Here it is," continued he, parenthetically slapping his pockets, "and done t'other trick in prime twig for Tom King. With a cool 1,000 in hand, I might, if I chose, rest awhile on my oars. But a quiet life don't suit me. I must be moving. So I shall start to Yorkshire to-night." "Indeed," said the soi-disant count, in a languid tone. "So soon?" "I have nothing to detain me," replied Dick; "and to tell you the truth, I want to see how matters stand with Sir Luke Rookwood. I should be sorry if he went to the wall for want of any assistance I can render him." "True," returned the count. "One would regret such an occurrence, certainly. But I fear your assistance may arrive a little too late. He's pretty well done up, I should imagine, by this time." "That remains to be seen," said Turpin. "His case is a bad one, to be sure, but I trust not utterly hopeless. With all his impetuosity and pride, I like the fellow, and will help him, if I can. It will be a difficult game to set him on his legs, but I think it may be done. That underground marriage was sheer madness, and turned out as ill as such a scheme might ever have been expected to do so. Poor Sybil! If I could pipe an eye for anything, it should be for her. I can't get her out of my head. Give me a pinch of snuff. Such thoughts unman one. As to the priest, that's a totally different affair. If he strangled his daughter, old Alan did right to take the law into his own hands, and throttle him in return. I'd have done the same thing myself. And being a prescribed Jesuit, returned, as I understand, without the king's license for so doing, why, Father Checkley's murder, if it must be so called, I can't abide hard terms, won't lie very heavy at Alan's door. That, however, was nothing to do with Sir Luke. He was neither accessory nor principal. Still, he will be in danger, at least from Lady Rookwood. The whole county of York, I make no doubt, is up in arms by this time." "Then why go thither?" asked the count, somewhat ironically. "For my part, I've a strange fancy for keeping out of harm's way as long as possible." "Every man to his taste," returned Turpin. "I love to confront danger. Run away? Always meet your foe." "True," replied the count. "Half way, but you go the whole distance. What prudent man would beard the lion in his den?" "I was never a prudent man," rejoined Dick, smiling. "I have no superfluous caution about me. Come what will, I shall try to find out this Luke Rookwood, and offer him my purse, such as it is. And it is now better lined than usual. A hand free to act as he lists, and a head which, imprudent though it be, can often think better for others than for its own master." "Vastly fine!" exclaimed the count, with an ill-disguised sneer. "I hope you don't forget that the marriage certificate which you hold is perfectly valueless now. The estates, you are aware, are no longer Sir Luke's." "I see what you're driving at, count," returned Dick, coldly. "But he will need it to establish his claim to the title, and he shall have it. While he was Sir Luke, with 10,000 a year, I drove a hard bargain, and would have stood out for the last stiver. Now that he's one of us, a mere knight of the road, he shall have it, and welcome." "Perhaps Lady Rookwood or Mrs. Mowbray might be inclined to treat," maliciously insinuated the count. "The title may be worth something to Ranulph." "It is worth more to Luke, and if it were not, he gets it. Are you satisfied?" "Perfectly," replied the count, with affected bonhomie. "And I will now let you into a secret respecting Mrs. Mowbray, from which you may gather something for your guidance in this matter. And if the word of a woman is at all to be trusted, though individually I cannot say I have much faith in it, Sir Luke's planetary hour is not yet completely overcast." "That's exactly what I wish to know, my dear fellow," said Turpin, eagerly. "You have already told me you were witness to a singular interview between Miss Mowbray and Sir Luke after my departure from the priory. If I mistook you not, the whole business will hinge upon that. What occurred?
Let me have every particular, the whole history and mystery." "You shall have it with pleasure," said the count, "and I hope it may tend your benefit. After I had quitted the scene of action at the priory, and at your desire left the Rookwood party masters of the field, I fled with the rest of the crew towards the rocks. There we held a council of war for a short time. Some were for returning to the fight, but this was negatived entirely, and in the end it was agreed that those who had wives, daughters, and sisters should join them as speedily as possible at their retreat in the Grange. As I happened to have none of these attractive ties, and had only a troublesome mistress, who I thought could take care of herself, I did not care to follow them, but struck deeper into the wood, and made my way, guided by destiny, I suppose, towards the cave." "The cave!" cried Dick, rubbing his hands. "I delight in a cave. Tom King and I once had a cave of our own at Epping, and I'll have another one of these fine days. A cave is as proper to a highwayman as a castle to a baron. Pray, go on." "The cave I speak of," continued the count, "was seldom used, except upon great emergencies, by any of the Stophole Abbey crew. It was a sort of retiring den of our old lioness Barbara, and, like all belonging to her, respected by her dupes. However, the cave is a good cave, for all that. It's well concealed by brushwood, and comfortably lighted from a crevice in the rock above. It lies near the brink of the stream, almost the woods, just above the waterfall, and is somewhat difficult of approach." "I know something of the situation," said Turpin. "Well," returned the count, "not to lose time, into this den I crept, and expecting to find it vacant, you may imagine my surprise on discovering that it was already occupied, and that Sir Luke Rookwood, his grandad, old Alan, Miss Mowbray, and, worst of all, the very person I wish most to avoid, my old flame Handassah, constituted the party. Fortunately, they did not perceive my entrance, and I took especial care not to introduce myself. Retreat, however, was for the moment impracticable, and I was compelled to be a listener. I cannot tell what had passed between the parties before my arrival, but I heard Miss Mowbray implore Sir Luke to conduct her to her mother. He seemed half inclined to comply with her entreaties, but old Alan shook his head. It was then that Handassah put in a word. The minx was ever ready at that. 'Fear not,' said she, 'that she will wed Sir Ranulph. Deliver her to her friends, I beseech you, Sir Luke, and woo her honourably. She will accept you.' Sir Luke stared incredulously, and grim old Alan smiled. 'She has sworn to be yours,' continued Handassah, 'sworn it by every hope of heaven, and the oath has been sealed by blood, by Sybil's blood.' 'Does she speak the truth?' asked Sir Luke, trembling with agitation. Miss Mowbray answered not. 'You will not deny it, lady,' said Handassah. 'I heard that oath proposed. I saw it registered. You cannot deny it.' 'I do not,' replied Miss Mowbray, with much anguish of manner. 'If he claim me, I am his.' 'And he will claim you,' said Alan Rookwood, triumphantly. 'He has your oath, no matter how extorted. You must fulfil your vow.' 'I am prepared to do so,' said Eleanor. 'But if you would not utterly destroy me, let this maid conduct me to my mother, to my friends.' 'To Ranulph?' asked Sir Luke, bitterly. 'No, no,' returned Mrs. Mowbray, in accents of deepest despair. 'To my mother. I wish not to behold him again.' 'Be it so,' cried Sir Luke. 'But remember, in love or hate, you are mine. I shall claim the fulfilment of your oath. Farewell. Handassah will lead you to your mother.' Miss Mowbray bowed her head, but returned no answer, while, followed by old Alan, Sir Luke departed from the cavern. 'Whither went they?' demanded Turpin. 'That I know not,' replied Jerry. 'I was about to follow, when I was prevented by the abrupt entrance of another party. Scarcely, I think, could the two Rookwoods have made good their retreat, when shouts were heard without, and young Ranulph and Major Mowbray forced their way, sword in hand, into the cave. Here was a situation! For me, I mean. To the young lady, I make no doubt, it was pleasant enough, but my neck was in jeopardy. However, you know, I'm not deficient in strength, and upon the present occasion I made the best use of the agility with which nature has endowed me. Amidst the joyous confusion, the sobbings, and embracings, and congratulations that ensued, I contrived, like a wild cat,
to climb the rocky sides of the cave, and concealed myself behind a jutting fragment of stone. It was well I did so, for scarcely was I hidden, when in came old Barbara, followed by Mrs. Mowbray and a dozen others. "Barbara!" ejaculated Dick. "Was she a prisoner?" "No," replied Jerry. "The old hell-cat is too deep for that. She had betrayed Sir Luke, and hoped they would seize him and his grandad, but the birds were flown." "I'm glad she was balked," said Dick. "Was any search made after them?" "Can't say," replied Jerry. "I could only distinctly catch the sounds of their voices from my lofty retreat. Before they left the cavern, I made out that Mrs. Mowbray resolved to go to Rookwood, and to take her daughter thither, a proceeding to which the latter demurred." "To Rookwood?" said Dick, musingly. "Will she keep her oath, I wonder?" "That's more than I can say," said Jerry, sipping his punch. "'Tis a deceitful sex." "'Tis a deceitful sex, indeed," echoed Dick, tossing off a tumbler. "For one Sybil we meet with 20 Handasses, Count?" "20, say rather 100," replied Jerry. "'Tis a vile sex." End of Chapter 1, Book 4.